VC10 Wisley. I love seeing it when I've obviously searched something there. Sort of like limbo stage, like stuck between two posts. It appears to be some kind of a glitch or something like that. I don't know, but are we live? So you didn't say. You didn't tell me. You must have said it very quietly then. You must have said it very quietly. No. We've been live long before that then. Right, here we go then. Oh, blimey. Did it. Disappear real quick. Very low cloud base. Can you get swallowed up real quick? Cleared a little bit then. Oh, blimey. Oh, look at this. Should get some ribbons off of her. Yeah. Just get on. 350. So we've gone Dreamliner 330, 350. Nice. This side's got a scarf on, doesn't it? Look, it's got a scarf on for the cold. Look at it. Holly. You've done it as well. You said holy scarf. Yeah. Holy scarf, Batman! Oh, the good life. Oh, sorry about that. Switch. Triple. There's 4 different aircraft types. How about that? Oh. Oh, it's very derated. The old Brits are take a lot of care over their engines. Ah, she's thundering, man. Come on, girl. Wow. Who's this? Oh, it's Saudi. Oh, easy, son. Old right hand crank there. So I don't know if he's watching. Met up with Arif yesterday. And had the same discussion with him about the flaperons that we had last week. And he was like, oh, Jerry, I think you'll find that all aircraft have... sound a bit like that bloke from Dad's Army. Eh? We're all doing, Captain. Jerry, I think you'll find that all jet aeroplanes, by law, have to have 2 ailerons, an inboard and an outboard. I was like, mate, I'm sorry, but and other than the A300 with Airbus, that's the only Airbus big jet that has a split aileron assembly. Boeing, of course, have the inboard flaperon and the outboard aileron, whereas Airbus have a massive, great big aileron on the A330 and the A350, and the A380, of course, has the split aileron, and this is what that whole discussion was about yesterday with regards to the post that we put up, featuring our landing, well, our departure at Heathrow and subsequent landing at Miami on the A380 with British Airways. And I've got one right opposite me where you can clearly see, it's not our plane, is it? No. It's Leicester. And there they are. The split ailerons, all locked together. He gave me the official word, geometric something or other, blah, blah, blah. Very sophisticated terminology, the reason for those split ailerons. Basically to reduce the twist and ensure stability in all conditions. All computerized, of course. There's not a bloke inside playing a set of keyboards. Always a little bit tricky with 09s, folks, as you know, in terms of location. So the air is very dense at the moment, and as a result of that, these guys and girls do not need to give it large on their departure roll. Certainly not what is known as a flex departure. These are very D-rated, these departures, which is a bit of a shame. It does mean that obviously they can, you know, lumber their way out rather than sort of like screaming their way out, which is a bit of a shame. Oh yeah, just to let you know, folks, all of Miami's shows for premium members, and of course first class and super class members, anybody who missed it, all of those shows are now live and available on your in your, what is it? Where do they find them? Where do they find them? Library? In the, yeah, click on the membership tab or in your playlist. They'll all be there for you, folks. Yeah, we posted on the community as well. Thank you, Jilly. And also check the last day out as well, which is quite funny, with the drive around. I did 2 drive arounds, but I think the last one was probably the funniest. But anyway, there we go. He's just gone to Vienna. I know, he's just coming out of Vienna. New York bound. Nice. Oh, okay, we have a member on the Slinger, folks. Just a little bit of an announcement to make in terms of the Christmas shows. Folks, I hope you won't mind, and I'm sure you won't begrudge me, but I have been, we are going to do a Christmas Day show. That is in the bag, signed, sealed and delivered. However, very good friend of mine has invited me to a golf match, a golf tournament on Boxing Day. And if it's all right with you, I'll go and do that if it's okay with you, because obviously, you know, you guys come first, always do, but you know, it's just an opportunity to catch up with some old friends that I haven't seen in a while, and it would be lovely to see them. Very rarely get to see anyone nowadays because of, you know, what we do in terms of our commitment to the show and commitment to you. So just hopefully you'll be cool with that. Slinger pushing back. This one's going to she walks in the cold air, freezing breath on the window pane, lying and waiting. Okay, enough of that. So mystic and so fun. Right out the bag, Chicky Armitage has gifted 10 memberships. Chicky, that's a wonderful thing to do. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. A wonderful thing to do. If you've been gifted a membership, like Dave Akehurst has been gifted a membership. Diane 78. Ian Dunn has been gifted a membership. Good to see your emoji there, or is it your profile picture there, Ian? That's really good. Alan Tatum, Sue Tonkis, Marianne Edwards. Good day to you. Karen Langley, can't wait to fly on American in February. Speedbird Flyer was gifted a membership by Chicky Armitage. Bev Charles, Rab H, Alexander Wood. Make sure you come in and say hello, folks. If you're a little bit unsure about certain things, you want to ask about aviation, if you want to give me information, if you want to correct me on something, which people do on a regular basis, please don't hesitate to come in and say hello. Fiona Addison, the Foxy B, Echo 6 Bravo, Puss in PJs, Algernon Sour Gravy. Good afternoon, Johan Heino, Hayley Barron, Diane 78, Rab, Richard Joy, Michael K, Alistair Hinksman, Diesel 13 Marcus, Margaret Burnett, sorry. Melody, Bev Charles, Nick Gray. There was a report yesterday United is close to a deal with Boeing to purchase dozens of 787. It states that over the last year United has experienced operational issues with its Boeing 767s. GP repeat, sorry mate. No idea. Alison Baker, love that sound. Andrew, Mike James, HGC, Joanne, Heino, Andy P, John Bingham. I'm driving United to seek replacement and driving United to seek replacements with 787s. Nick Gray, yes. Interesting news that. I'm sure it's something that has been, you know, they are having operational issues, but, you know, hey, these 787s get a bit long in the tooth, but in terms of their age, but say about that. So a little A310, well I say little A310, DHL freighter. Trust me, it's a bit of a shame because we all love the 767, and it will obviously be quite some time before we'll see them all taken out of retirement. Of course, British Airways dumped theirs quite a few years ago, and they were replaced by 787s. So I'm guessing that United didn't preempt the kind of technical issues or the amount of technical issues that they're having. See the flapperons on the 300. Only Airbus with flapper-ons, man. Wow, can't reach high enough because of the... Now, David, I think, I hope we messaged him to say don't wave, put your light, shine a light. David, Andrew, sorry, Andrew, yes. Yes, shine a light, do-do-do. Sally Morris is a new member, welcome Sally. Catherine Cash, morning on from wet, windy Nova Scotia. Looks the same there, yeah. It's not much better, I have to say. Sarah Ford, thank you so much to Jicky for her membership, saying thank you. That's a wonderful thing. Thank you, Sarah. Captain Bob BA announced that they are doubling up their fleet of aircraft at Gatwick. Interesting. And here comes the Slinger now. Now the trouble is he going to go on that taxiway? I'd imagine that he might. I can't. Yeah, he's going to turn. He's going to turn right. He's going to turn right on this taxiway. So we're not going to see him. We're not going to see him at all. I think. Maybe wrong. I may be wrong. I am wrong. Am I wrong? I'm wrong. Brilliant. Okay, where is he? Where is he, Ginny? Quickly. At the very back. Okay, lower deck, yeah? There he is. Ah, there he is. He is right at the very back, and oh yeah, wow, right on the bleachers. Oh, good lad, thank you, sir. Martin Saxton, submit a holiday form for consideration. Reference the golf. Everyone needs a break to catch up with friends. Steve Coe, thank you. Thank you, Steve Best. Diesel 13, Mike. Mark Witzak, Harry Walker. Thank you very much indeed, Andy P, Philip Edwards, Paul Howard. Put a holiday. Brilliant, I like that. And we'll consider it. Ray, we've got a new member. Ray Hahn is a new member. Welcome, Ray. Template 16, no, Chili won't be caddying for me. Paul Jones. Yes, thank you very much indeed, folks. Thank you, Thea. Santa Claus Cargolut's going over the top. Not going to see any overflies, folks, I'm afraid. It's thick as pea soup up there. It's what was classified back in the bomber days as 10/10 cloud. I'm sure someone will give me the cloud, the weather details at some point in time. You normally do. Carl B. Carl Pam. John Bingham. Philip Lowry. Doreen Hanson, thank you. Tony Austin, Bev Charles, Carl Pam, Sam Tweedale. Thanks, folks. Susan New. It's just enormous, that thing, man. Sue Freeman, Lee Shad, hello. Foxy B, Chicky Armitage, thank you so much once again, Marianne. J Mac 72, Danny Cloudsman. EK1 doing 30 minutes A380 from Dubai, Santa Claus, saying, just bear in mind, folks, that we are on 09 right operation, so this is the departing runway. Arrivals on the far runway, on the northern runway, will from periodically check over and have a look. Nice to see you, to see you. Eva Ayres 777 in town. I mean, when I say in town, it's here I think almost every day. It's just that we never catch it. That may have been a delayed flight, or is it coming early in the morning or whatever. Dean Gale, thank you very much indeed. BBLLB. Beryl Savage, thank you very much indeed. Joe Rocker 666. Lee Woolner. Love a bit of Jerry on a Sunday. Scott Whittome. G'day from Queensland. It was crazy yesterday. I was watching, I don't know if it was yesterday or the other day, but I know I joked about, you know, the border controls in Australia, you know, having a bit of a joke and a bit of tongue-in-cheek banter about, like, shut the airport down, I found a seed. Literally, this guy came through with his windsurfer, and they literally took the whole thing apart, found 2 grass seeds and a dead spider. No, that one's all right, mate. He's dead. But understandably so, one seed could decimate an entire crop or whatever it might be. Yeah, it could be weeds or anything like that. So it's completely understandable. I know I joke about it, but it is fully understandable. Anyway, you had to be there. Wow. Opus going on that 787 order with United. Plans to order over 100 787s. Wow. That'll put Boeing back on the map, won't it? Diane 78. DHL. That DHL was 31 years old. Philip Lowry. Seth Brettel. Sorry, Seth Brettel. Are we expecting a runway change today? Seth, not as far as I know. Yes, Nick Gray, we do love the 767. Sally Morris is a new member. Welcome, Sally. So, Virgin Atlantic VS 135 off to Orlando. So this will make a right-hand turn. Standard instrument departure, a SID. But normally they'll make a right, probably because I've said that, they'll go left. Yeah, brake dust. See that brake dust off the wheels? From the brakes, obviously. There's your ribbons. Trailing edge vortex. Nice. Yeah. American heading out to LAX. Fayaz Lukman is a returning member. Wow. So yeah, lots of chat with Arif yesterday about piloting and lots of stuff that he told me that he has had to learn over the last 7 months, and a very big congratulations to him for passing his exams and receiving his stripe, folks. It was funny to see him, Jilly, standing there in his pilot's uniform. He always turns up with that flipping hat on and looking a bit scruffy, but no, he was very, very well turned out yesterday. Yes, well done, my friend. Talking all about runway lights and different lights, the lights on the runway, lights around the aerodrome. You have to learn all those kinds of things. Brake temperatures, folks. Brake temperatures, unbelievable. There's, I believe, 5 different runway types of operations that you can have. Segregated. I think this is currently what we are doing at the moment, is a segregated runway operation. However, there's shared operations, and there's all kinds of stuff that you need to learn. Interesting, I learned yesterday that radar there is for the ground controllers to monitor the aircraft wherever they are on the field. Lots of very interesting stuff about the runway lighting and stuff like that. Now, when his next step is, I reckon around about April, he will finish his simulator training in Spain, and we're going to have another meet up with him, and then I'm going to throw a microphone on him. We're going to drive around in the van, and we're just going to talk aeroplanes. Shelley and Andy have a good flight. Andrew, okay, so is Andrew on the chat? Yeah, I know, but is he on the chat? Richard Shamba is a returning member. Welcome back, Richard. Glenn's Aviation Love. Have you requested a holiday from Chile? Sarah Leckie, Monkey Boy 85, Steve Blue 67, Hayden Appleyard. Andrew saying thanks, guys. There we go. So we got him. He is on the chat. Danny Cloudsman, Sue Corder, Alexandra Wood. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Sunday morning. There's a song there, isn't there? Gary Fellows, you mean EasyJet Gatwick Airport. Green Acres, yeah. If they buzz the tower, we'll see an overflight, yeah. Overcast clouds at 1,600 feet. So a 1,600 foot cloud base. Is that, oh, come on. Is it worth me switching out? I don't think it does, does it? It doesn't really. It just keeps flicking between settings, which is quite interesting. This is Bluebird. Nice. Now, Airbus have a fully committed manufacturing facility for the A220. One in Canada. No, no, no. No, there is one in Canada, isn't there? Isn't there one in Quebec, is it? And the other one is in America, it's in... Yeah, maybe Montreal, yeah. What was the... South Carolina, that was it, yeah. I think it's South Carolina, yeah. No, I think it's trying to be intelligent is what it's doing, Jilly. When I put it on the other setting, it sort of like flips between sport and... Oh, right, yeah. Oh, I see, yeah. Yeah, that's me touching the screen, folks. What's that, GP? Rio de Janeiro or De Janeiro? Is it Rio de Janeiro or Rio de Janeiro? Rio de Janeiro, De Janeiro. Yeah, Rio. Wow, this is low. It's almost crazy to not have everything touch screen now, isn't it? I mean, it's funny when someone says to me, look at this picture, and they show me a picture in a magazine or something. I'll put my fingers on it and try and increase the size of it. You had to be there, but you know what I mean. Jilly went straight in one ear and out the other one on that one, isn't it? Chickie's gifted another Big Jet TV membership, isn't that a lovely thing? And that's to Potsy76. Philip Lowry, the black stripe has gone. Yeah, the black stripe's gone, but it was different conditions, wasn't it? It was dark that we were filming, and you see a little popping of. It's the camera's doing a good job. Bless it. But bear in mind that it's just obviously struggling a little bit with the lighting, the conditions, and the very high intensity lights that they have on runways and aircraft as well. The lights of the aircraft as well. So I'm going to let this Dreamliner go out, folks, and then I'm going to jump straight on Andrew's jet. Big jet, little jet. Spoon jar, jar spoon. Brettel. This is brilliant from Seth Brettel. When airplanes are parked up on the stand, I've seen before by the tail of the plane a little flap that has risen up on the right hand side. What is it for? Great question, Seth, and something that we do have talked about, and that is the air intake for the APU, the auxiliary power unit, which is housed in the back of the aircraft, in the very tail section of the aircraft. And that is the I guess it is a is it a anyway, let this one go. He would have, if he had a look, if he knew where to look, he would have seen me. He so would have seen me, mate. Yeah, baby. What? Don't know much about history. Pilot Dan, bet nothing better than a low A380. Yes, Dan. And the other thing as well, Pilots DBSA, pilots BD, pilot. It's just, I can't get me. It's a tongue twister. I know. I know. So HDMI and SDI, DSBI. Anyway, yeah. Or around Heathrow, or anywhere. Right, okay. Yeah, we're testing it, yeah. Oh, that's brilliant. Someone sat in a bar in Singapore watching the slinger going out with 20 other people. That's brilliant. Sat in a bar in Singapore shouting at the slinger. Go on, son! That's a nice example there of the two direct competitors. It is interesting, isn't it, how big and beefy the 777 looks compared to the A350. 350 looks a lot more slender, doesn't it? Whereas, ooh, I ate all the pies, ooh, I ate all the pies. on in the front. But yes, I think the reason why the XWB, the 350 is named the XWB, is extra wide body, because whereas the Boeing is cylindrical, a perfect cylindrical shape, the 350 has a more sort of like squared off edge, outer part to it. So it sort of like goes round and squares up a little bit and then continues round. Oh, here we go. Pilot's DSBA, which is what I wanted, wasn't it? Paul Harrison, when the wheels go back up into the undercarriage after takeoff, for what time it does take to affect the plane's performance in any way? Paul Harrison, to be honest with you, once the undercarriage is retracted and it goes back into the aircraft, it improves the aerodynamic efficiency of the aircraft, because of course the undercarriage causes an extreme amount of drag, and the aircraft's aerodynamics, when they build an aircraft and design an aircraft, they build it around a perfect scenario. Of course, they have to take into consideration approaches when you've got the gear down, when you've got a situation where you've got a brake issue or something, you have to leave the wheels down in the extended position for some time before they're able to retract them. But yes, most definitely, once the and of course the undercarriage doors as well are a huge aerodynamic drag on the aircraft, which is why they keep them up at this stage, and then once the pilot gives the command, positive rate, gear up, throws the switch, gear doors come down. On the Boeing, the gear will, the body gear will straighten up, and there she goes. Yeah. Oh yeah. You gotta love those GEs, man. Auto fade. See the moisture that can be in the... Oh, easy, son, easy. Caught a bit of a pocket there by the looks of it. Bit bumpy up there, see the flapper on working away. Wasn't a happy bunny, that plane, really, was it? Hey, hey. There's a 380. So more interesting information that I got from Arif yesterday was in reference to fuel. and how much fuel you need to take on a flight, in terms of like how much fuel do you need to yeah, of course, most people would think it's, I mean, imagine your car when you're filling up your car. That's it. That's all you need. Well, you just fill it up till it's full. But in these aircraft, obviously, they have you know, capacity for a significant amount of fuel. However, airlines do not want the aircraft filled to the brim, so to speak. So there are and they call it TT Cafe, which is very interesting, and I'll get to it in a bit in terms of how much fuel they need to operate with, or how much fuel they need to carry, based on the journey and etc., etc. Blimey, be serving the drinks in a minute, this one, won't it? It's gone, isn't it? Look at that. Might hear it. It's levelling out already, look. Yeah. Nippy little plane. Now this is something we haven't seen for a while, isn't it? So here we go, is an example of a hot brake. Look at that. Gear doors have been closed. That aircraft has hot brakes, man. Or a hot brake, or a brake failure in terms of one of the wheels is still spinning. That's a very peculiar shot, isn't it? Might want to be the thumbnail, GP. So now he's got a lot of drag from that undercarriage. Around about 2 minutes, and they'll raise those gear. Oh yeah. Yeah. What's that, GP? Wonder what? Really? Peculiar question. Not a singer, that's for sure. Andrew Allen, Nigel Armstrong, just saw that Cathay Pacific 777 take off. Thought it was a Tradewinds plane. Looking at the tail emblem, Nigel Armstrong. Oh yeah, now we're going back. Tradewinds. I used to watch the Tradewinds Canadair CL44 swingtails out of London Gatwick. In fact, my brother-in-law worked with Tradewinds for a while. Back in the day, that was back in the day when my old man was flying the DC-8s for IAS at Gatwick. Wow, now we're going back. Great comment, love that. Thank you. Isn't it they carry enough for the trip and then additional in case of diversion or two, also have below a certain amount of fuel to land? Yeah, there is. Okay, the first thing they need to consider is taxiing. So that is basically inclusive of engine start and pulling away from the once you start the engine, spooling them up and pulling away from your pushback position up to the roll-on point, which he says is usually around about 250 kilos of fuel. So that's your first T. Then you got your trip itself without any issues straight to the destination. That's the fuel that you calculate as well. Then on top of that, you have a contingency fuel load. Now that's there are two. There's one which is a contingency, and then there's an alternative. So two of those, if you need to divert to a specific airfield, like for instance, if you go out of here and then they close the airport and you can't get back, then you have a contingency plan. Then you have your alternative fuel as well, which is to for if you're over. I'm guessing if you're over. Okay, let's just watch this BA 380 go out, because this should be pretty low, I would have thought, and a nice tight bank as well at the end of it. Come on, don't let us down. Okay, she's pretty long. She's pretty long. Just keep it low, easy, easy. Oh, getting a little bit of a pocket there. Look at the flap, look at the ailerons at the end of the wing. Look at it. Wow. Nice bit of splitter vortex as well from those engine generators. Beautiful, man. What's that? And then you pop out the other side and it's beautiful. Clear blue skies. Oh, oh, oh. Cassie King, my dad was an ATC. There we go. Air traffic controller. Non-stop, non-stop, Heathrow, non-stop. Oh, big screaming triple. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, more fuel to come. More fuel factoid. There's another BA3A look. Hey! Where's my fuel sheet gone? Where's my fuel sheet gone? Oh! So you've got your contingency fuel and your alternate fuel, which is both based on sort of diversions, but two different types of scenarios. There's A for additional fuel, and that's and then final fuel, and then extra fuel, and that's at the pilot's discretion, basically. So TT Cafe is what one needs to remember if you're schooling. Nigel Clinning, contingency is trip contingency, i.e. contingency fuel is usually 5% of trip fuel A to B to allow for differences in forecast winds altering course round weather. Right, yes, there we go. So if you've got a big cell in front of you or a big, yeah, you have to divert around that cloud. Okay, that makes sense. There we go. So contingency is more for, yes. So weather-related diversions, I'm guessing, is what we're talking about there. So thank you for that, Nigel. Peter Crane, the Lufthansa 380 that just returned from storage flew back to Germany from Spain with its landing gear down. Wow. Well, that would have been for safety reasons, I would have thought. Because I doubt she would have had a swing check for quite some time. And of course, what you need to appreciate is that these things, when they're sitting on the ground and all that weight is on that undercarriage, and all the moving components of the undercarriage, it could potentially seal one of the, or seize, should I say, one of the moving components. Wow. Now I'll tell you what, talking about fuel, they would have had a big contingency fuel for that trip because of the gear being down, because that would have created a serious amount of drag. Basically, almost like having a parachute out the back of your car and driving along with that. Not quite as bad as that, but, you know, getting on towards that, because the undercarriage on any aircraft creates drag, but on a 380, wow, that's a So these clouds are lifting, man. The clouds are lifting. Another BA 380 coming out. Nice. Good, healthy lineup down there as well. Boston-bound 777 Cat Weasel. That BA 213 flight is the one William and Kate took on Wednesday to K-Boss, Nick Gray saying. Pixel in the sky. Moan Jam saying, is wing floof the same as cloud floof? Well, yes. Really, it's water droplets, compressed water droplets, which is basically what cloud is it not? Great questions coming from you folks. Love it. They've got so many great people on the chat as well. Pilots answering questions. BA rolling. Come on, mate. Nice and low. Nice and low. Keep it long. It's low, man. Wow. Yeah. Oh. Oh. British Airways. Isn't that a hair salon? It is actually, funny enough. Okay, we've got to get that. Tristan Warrilow, how much fuel would the 380 you and Jilly took to Miami have burnt? Well, I'd say it's close on 100 tons, isn't it? I don't know if anyone can... Amanda Nadin, APU is switched off after depart. Well, sometimes during the taxi to the roll-on point, it depends on discrepancy of the pilot, but basically the APU is non-operational during flight. Great question. Fly Emirates 380, Gary Krausen, Captain Ron. Heathrow was fog-bound even when they were building it. Wow, my dad worked there. Gaz Grill noticed a few more prop aircraft flying over the top at Heathrow recently. Seems to be a few regular flights going up to overhead now. That's brilliant. All the Malaysian planes bring their 380s back. Don't think so. I don't think that's happening. Martin P, unfortunately, and the other. I see 3 are stored in Kuala Lumpur and the other 3 recently ferried to Tarbes. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Okay. Nigel Cleaning. Minimum fuel to be carried. Taxi, trip A to B. Contingency 5%. Alternate B to C. Final reserve 30 minutes. That's legal minimum. More carried if thought necessary. Nigel, thank you very much indeed. Your video of 380 wing takeoff and landing was really great. Jim K saying yes, thank you. We've put that across all channels, folks, if you want to check that out. Great example. What I really wanted to focus on and showcase was the A380, the split aileron system. Jay Chaplin too is a new member. Welcome, Jay Chaplin. Thank you so much for joining. Great to see you here. Please come in and say anything you want in relation to aviation. Let me just have a little look here. As much as my last BA 380 flight BA was terrible, I would love to be on one again heading to LAX. Oh dear. Captain Bob. Where, Jilly, can you? I need you to steer me towards that comment because I can't. Was it an email or was it a? Oh, okay. Yeah. JF Bryson, there was an Air India flight, wasn't there, that did 6 go-arounds. Can't have been JFB. Maximum entitlement, should I say, or the allowable go-around is 3 attempts and you are out. 3 strikes and you're out. Struggling on this one. Jill Blakeney, quite a lineup. Molly Moo, good afternoon to you, good morning to you. Joanna B, nice to see Heathrow looking busy. Santa Claus, I think there were a few people who caught the Lufthansa 380. That is incredible, isn't it? When you now look at the fleet, Lufthansa's fleet, it's the biggest operational fleet in the world, I think. I don't think there is any other airline that's operating such, literally the whole, an incredible amount of aircraft. Triple sevens, of course, with the freighters. Not passenger jets, but with the freighters. Oh, Canada. Interesting. He must be making a late right or left turn, that Air Canada jet, because that's not the sort of standard. Wow, look at that lineup, mate. Look at it. Diesel 13 QF10 making its way out. I think that might be it there, bottom right hand side of your screen. Joanna B. Look at 380 compared to Concord, yes. Fly Emirates 380, do they use visual landing in fog conditions? Good question, that. There is, I think, a Cat 3B scenario where it's a minimum cloud base of 150 feet, or is it autopilot off at 150 feet, or is it I think I'll let Nigel answer that one. But yes, they do manual landings in fog, but a lot of them are the one that when we went to Frankfurt, and it was an auto land from memory. John Thane, g'day you aeronauts, g'day to you mate. Junior Jet Club. Yeah, we got a liner. We got a liner. Molly Moo. Tony Haynes, Lufthansa Fleet, 286 aircraft. Captain Wacky, 37 aircraft now live on the ground at London Heathrow. That's pretty impressive, isn't it? And more to come on that, no doubt. Got that Star Alliance triple pushing back over there. I guess that's United. Oh, Michael Skip, that Air Canada is off to Bombay. Well. What's that all about then? What's an Air Canada jet going to Bombay for? Mark Luscombe, A380 maximum fuel is 380,000 litres, 380 tonnes, burns 18,000 litres per hour. 8-hour flight is 148 tonnes. Wow. I based that on, wow, that's crazy, man. And that's without all your contingencies and that. 148 tonnes, wow. What's that, Chippy? Scott Shalkos, A380 burns 10 Newton meter. 10G. I don't know what that is. Put it around the wrong way. Janine Kelly, there's our big rope. Medium-sized room. Joanna B. From what I'm hearing in terms of passenger numbers and well, they base the capacity on passenger numbers, don't they? Not so much aircraft movements. Although you could be mistaken to think that we are back to pre-pandemic levels here, but we are not. They reckon another 2 years before we're back to any kind of pre-pandemic level. But you could have fooled me, put it that way. Oh, Matt, you need all that fuel to keep the 685 tonnes of painting. Never going to live that one down, am I? 685 tonnes. It's 0.685, isn't it? A northeasterly element in there, just to give them something to think about when their wheels off. Should get some vortex ribbons off of this one. Go on, girl. Let's see them. Let's see them. There they are. Look at the wingtips, folks. Now, for somebody new to aviation, new to the channel, they might think, "Oh, what's that leaking out of the end of the wings?" That's nothing leaking. That is vortex being created by the trailing edge. Well, actually, the the winglet itself, the very end of the winglet, the trailing edge of the winglet, because that's the last place that the air passes over, and that compresses the air droplets. These are heavies. Another 330. You sometimes see that little puff of dust coming off the main gear there. Yeah, here we go. Screaming set of treads. Oh yeah, baby. Look at those ribbons, man. Oh yeah. Floofage. Max floofage. That's a good name for it. Kathy and the birds. Well, to be honest with you, they wouldn't probably succeed. Let me put it that way. Stephen Billings, nice mix in the line. BA, Middle East Airlines, Qantas, United and others. Look at that. Soon to join them. Oh. Now the big question is, well, it's not a big question, but just a question here. What's that? Technology and me, eh? What is it with it? Hey? It hates me, man. I'm telling you, technology hates me. I think I might have been horrible to technology in a past life or something. Don't like me. Oh, come on, man. We don't need this. I don't need this pressure on. I don't need this pressure on. Laura favourite place to be is sat in the terminal waiting to go on holiday with a nice view of the runway. So the shopping hall, watch the planes, please. Yes. It's the most pointless place, unless you're looking for something absolutely specific. Or as some people would say, Pacific. It's funny, isn't it, when you talk to someone, they're trying to be all like, you know, proper speaking and all that. I think it's very, I try to be very, I need to be very Pacific about this. Matt Cat Lady, silly question, but why do they put the name of the airline on the underneath of the plane? Is it for advertisement purposes, or so the plane can be easily recognised? Well, it's just a livery, really, Matt Cat Lady. It is literally some do it, some don't. Virgin Atlantic do it, Qatar do it, BA don't do it. Some just paint the underbelly. Oh. Do what? Say it again? Yeah. What is the bit of a pointless comment? Oh, gotcha. Rumble. Want some custard on that rumble? Nice. Salim is a new member. Welcome, Salim. Lovely to see you here. Do the airlines include any delays in getting to the runway with these queues in the time allocated, Joanna? Well, you know, that's one of the things that you need to take into consideration when you're fueling the aircraft, of course. Some operators will only start, if they're a twin engine jet, they can and do sometimes not start their number 2 engine. Let's just go out. Beautiful tie jet. So, yeah, I mean, one would need to take into consideration the fact that you're burning, I mean, I'm guessing that average 250 kilos, whether that includes a contingency for a long queue, I don't know. But they would just borrow that from the extra at the end. And I'm guessing when they're doing their flight plan and when they're all together, the pilots, they would discuss that and. I think Air Canada have done a great job with that new livery, or their revised livery. It's a few years old now, isn't it? Nice. Yeah. You know what is crazy? You know, when you see those shows, the you know, the border control and all that kind of thing in Australia, and they go to the shipping container ports and they check the containers to see if there's any spiders in there, and kind of job that Jilly would love to do. Oh, it's just a great big one in there, mate. Look at the size of that. But you know, when this aircraft's taking off now, yeah, it's potentially picking up seeds and stuff like that, isn't it? You know, anything that's blowing across the runway. So when it lands in Australia and it extends the gear and the wheels are exposed, that could potentially blow unwanted seeds and stuff into Australia, couldn't it? So unwittingly, you're carrying. Oh, listen to this. Shouldn't have said that really, should I? Because now the Australians are going to impose a 10-minute quarantine while they wash the wheels down before you get to gate. Mind you, it's still got to land it. They're all going to blow off on approach, so it's kind of pointless really. Anyway, just a thought. Gone, Jilly? Are you still there? Oh, okay. You quit. Too many spiders. How many? 300 tarantulas. Yeah, but they are all furry, aren't they? Quite furry, the tarantulas. It's not like they run and scuffle across the carpet like the big ones in your house, you know. They can jump on your face. Hello. Oh, here we go. Sad day when all these 767s are retired, but yeah. Well, one of them's got a load of fleas in it. I know that. The Flea Express. Huntsman, that's the big one, isn't it? That's the big one, isn't it? The Huntsman. Yeah! Good girl! We love you! Wow. That means there's going to be a shed load of 767s up for grabs for freighter conversions. Wouldn't be surprised if DHL buy the lot. Mind you, they're really quite long in the tooth now, aren't they? The old Balfour Town has very kindly gifted 10 Big Jet TV memberships. Please come in and say thank you if you have been gifted a membership. Ian Austin, how busy is Gatwick these days? Not sure, but somebody just saying that apparently British Airways are set to double their number of operations, double their operations, should I say, at Gatwick. Chris Phillips, NFTs. I reckon Jerry knows what NFTs are. NFTs. I am then. Let me see if I can guess. Let me see if I can get. Oh. Non what? Non-fundable tokens. What? Fungible. What's the word fungible? Stuart Frodsham, great to travel the world to all these airports with you and Gilly and Jerry, but always nice to tune in and find you back at Heathrow though. Happy Sunday, Stuart, thank you. Yeah, always good to be back. Always good to be back. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Yeah, but that wouldn't be fair to our global audience, would it? Carl Hanlon, the slot time is the runway departure time. It's -5 to +10 minutes, so pushback time will incorporate taxiing and queue time. Carl, thank you very much indeed. Great information there. So -5 to +10. So slot time is the rolling time, I'm guessing, Carl. Breaks off, if we're being precise. Wow, how steep's this guy going up? Oh, that's the Titan jet, isn't it? Blimey. Titan, go for... Wow. This would be very big demand for polystyrene today. Pilot DSB. For God's sake. Does he mind if I call him Pilot Dan? Please, can I just call him Dan? Gatwick is pretty busy. I had to travel down there a few weeks ago to do a positioning flight with a 777 back to Heathrow. Wow, how cool is that, man? How cool is that? Just drive down there. So hold on a minute. I had to drive down there. Okay, so obviously you've got a taxi or something. Must have done. Otherwise it could be a little bit of a, because then you have to go back and do the delivery flight with his car. You know, it's hairband there. And of course, pilot D. Oh, for God's sake. Dan. No, he's flying out on Sunday with his nan, isn't he? Yeah. Boxing Day, yeah. It's a Sunday. Is it a Sunday? Is it a weekend? Is it? Yeah, I don't know. But, oh, is it a Monday, is it? Yeah. Such a shame. We're going to miss you, mate. Again. Second time we've missed you. That's happened a lot to our pilot friends. What's that? Oh yeah, it can be the other way round. Start sequences it doesn't have to be like our BA pilots. I think I'm not sure if all the 380s are a dual start, but 1 and 4 and 2 and 3 with a start sequence on the 380 when we were out. But I have seen aircraft start number 2 first and then number 1. The Dreamliner has the option of electrical dual engine start as well. Doesn't use a firing system like the Oh, did you send me the email for the cabin crew member going out for her first time with BA? Okay, folks, we've got a very proud family who are going to be watching at the moment. I think their daughter, who was with oh, her partner is with EasyJet. Her boyfriend is with EasyJet. EasyJet, right? Okay. Then. Now, look at that big long aileron, look folks. See how long the aileron is on the 350. See the outboard aileron there. No inboard flaperons. And I showed Arif, I said, mate, let me just Google it. A350 wing profile. Wing flight surfaces, I said on Google. And I was like, there you go, mate, there you go. No inboard aileron, all outboard aileron, which is a ginormous thing, I have to say. But they've obviously, you can see that there is a visible difference in the design of the Boeing wing versus the Airbus wing. The Boeing wing is sort of like mainly straight out at an angle from the wing root. As you can see there on the 777, and also there on the whereas if you can see the wing starts to dip, it comes up at an angle, it comes up and then sort of like on a curve, if you see what I mean, on the Airbus jets, and I think that's why down to that design, that wing design, they've been able to incorporate the need for not having an inboard aileron or a flaperon, as some call it. Oh, there we go. Oh, look, isn't that pilot DSBA? Well, if the new cabin crew member is with BA, welcome to the team. Happy to have you. Isn't that lovely? So there we go. What's her name, Jilly? Tori. So Tori. If Tori is watching right now, I doubt she is, because she's probably getting ready to. She's probably on board the aircraft. But anyway, her family can say that she's had a welcome from, hello, what's that? A welcome from a British Airways pilot, 777 captain, and X380 captain as well. Is pilots BA pilot DBS? If he flew the 380 with Singapore Airlines, does that mean that he could stand in if necessary? Obviously with a refresher, I would have thought. But would he be able to stand in with a pilot's DBSA? Would you be able to operate the 380 with British Airways? Have they asked you? Would you have you offered your services to fly the 380, or are you just sticking with the 777? Valerie Dickens, we are off to Louisville in 2 weeks. TCC, does the 350 wing flex like the 380? Well, let me tell you, TCC, I visually had no idea that the wing flexed so much on the 380. From a distance, it looks very minimal. But it is quite considerable, the entire wing flex. Well, outboard of the, so here's the 350. Now that will be flexing up. There we go, there is the flex. Steep climb. Big old set of Trent XWBs. Oh wow, how cool is that? On his next roster. Did you say next roster? Wow! Oh, saying that then. Trevor Sampson tuning in from Perth, Western Australia. Did Trevor possibly miss? That was going to Perth, wasn't it? That direct flight out with the Roo. Justin Clark, yes. We are. I think the aviation fraternity is now fully aware of the Lufthansa A380 return. One interesting thing though was that apparently it was flown from storage to Frankfurt, where they have obviously a very extensive and big service facility, service and maintenance facility, overhaul as well, with Lufthansa Technik, who not only do Lufthansa aircraft, but they have a global maintenance facility. But obviously they flew the aircraft back, an A380 with its gear down, which is not a surprise, I have to say, when an aircraft that size has been in storage for such a long time. All that weight on those main undercarriage will have probably caused a lot of stress on moving components and things. Oh, someone's APU's a little bit. That's a startup of that's an engine start, isn't it? It's not an APU start, it's an engine start. But yeah, as you can appreciate, you know, if you put your car anywhere for any great deal of time and leave it without moving it, obviously one of the things you need to consider and check before you move is your brakes. because they can seize, you know. And of course, you've got all the systems that are involved in that, hydraulics, the hydraulic rams that pull the undercarriage up, the spring mechanisms. Obviously, lots of bearings and other moving components that need to be inspected, because bearings can quite easily seize if there's a significant amount of pressure on them for any great deal of time. Because obviously, you know, these aircraft are not designed to be sitting on the ground for any great deal of time, which is why they would need to undergo a swing check. Did you hear me say? Someone said, because I was like, that's an interesting departure route that Air Canada's taking. No, it's going to, was it Mumbai or something? Air Canada. Or Bombay or something like that. Bit of precip. Are you there, Chilly? Oh, okay. Okay. Beginning of the show, early on in the show, there was an Air Canada jet. Odd direction it's going. Oh, for God's sake! Oh, you can't make it up. You can't even make it up, lad. Oh, the good life. Sorry, you just can't make it up. So, anyway, yeah, Air Canada jet going to India. So, blimey, O'Reilly, what's going on here? Got. Oh, okay, Heathrow was a stopover. Really? What, a tech stop? Oh, okay, fair enough. Alan Collis is a returning member. Welcome back, Alice. Great to see Alan. Sorry, great to see you here. And we've got Alice. Julie Victory. What a great surname. Victory is a new member. Welcome, Julie. Lovely to see you. Hope you're well. And Mystic Gaming is a new member as well. Welcome all new members. Air Canada 856 to Bombay, Paul Hiley. It was Bombay. And I'm hearing from Julie, apparently somebody saying that it's a tech stop. And it's a seasonal tech stop, so or seasonal service. Right. Yeah. Thea Love asking if anyone knows what the Finnair divert to London Heathrow was about at the end of the day to London Heathrow that we caught the other day. Thank you, Gary. Cathay Pacific 747, 1 hour 24 minutes out. Jez White saying, is that right, GP? Cathay 747 freighter, no doubt. 1 hour 24 out. Okay, folks. I'm going to find that on radar. 747 coming in soon, Molly Moo saying. I'm now going to find that. I'm on my flight radar 24 and I'm going to zoom all the way out to probably just over the it's quite annoying sometimes when you look at that with Lufthansa A346. It must be coming from the north. Oh, there she is. She is. Oh no, that's it's going to Liège. That's Tel Aviv to Liège. Yeah. So round about the area. Oh, I think I might have seen her. There we go. Is that her there? No, that's Lufthansa. Oh, it's great to look on flight radar and see so many 747s active. Well, two so far. There's another one, 3. Where's it coming in from? Do you know where it's coming from? Oh, well, it's got to be on that track then, hasn't it? Okay. Oh, sorry, folks. Sorry. My apologies. Got a bit of a lazy camera head there. Okay, we're looking for it. I'm sure you guys have already found it long before I found it. This must be a 767-400. I'm guessing. Wow, that's a long run, that is. Logic, did you just say? Oh, Aero Logic, you mean? Yeah. Just over what? Okay, Cathay Pacific 747 just heading towards Nuremberg/Frankfurt. If you're opening your flight radar 24 app right now, you should be able to pick her up. Let's all check her in now, please. Blimey. Hold on, Julie, just stand by. Wow, look at that! What's that all about? Look at the climb rate on that. This is 757. It isn't all. RB211 powered. Yeah, it is a 757. Listen to those RBs, man. Iceland Air. Oh man, I miss the sound of 4 RB211s going out, the jumbos. Iceland Air actually just take delivery of a 737 freighter, NG jet, a converted freighter in the new livery. Good to see. Congratulations to them. I did actually mention to them there's another opportunity gone to begging, isn't it? A live stream opportunity. When are the social media people going to realise that they only have to pick the phone up and say, hey, listen, I don't suppose you could come over and film this for us live? Absolutely. I mean, give us a week's notice or something, but really, it's just... Go on, girl! Yeah! Repeat, GP, sorry. Blimey. See the wings just building and building and building that flex. Insane, man. Something over the top of me I can hear. Of course, when Boeing were building these flexi wings, they need to consider all the lines and hydraulics and electronics. Had to obviously build in a contingency flex as well, because obviously when the aircraft's wing is flat, if it doesn't flex, I mean, obviously every single wing has to have contingency flex, but or should I say, the lines need to be, when the aircraft's on the ground, the lines will be slack. So cool, isn't it? We've got pilots on here now, one in particular who flies the BA 777, watching aircraft that he flies go out. It's just amazing. You know, obviously when you're up front, there's so much going on. It's such a busy flight deck. You can't be thinking about what your plane looks like on the ground, from the ground, you know. Big Jacko's gaming. Declan Dolan, Jerry, did you know the word helicopter was French? Chris Phillips, flying EasyJet next month. And the answer to that, Chris, is yes. I've had absolutely great experiences every time I've flown with EasyJet. Obviously, I don't fly with them that often, but when I have always had great experiences with them. Very friendly crew. Helpful, and never any issues. So don't you worry about it. Joe Perkins, there we go, saying to Chris, much the same. Cabin bag allowance have changed though. Currently have a small bag now. Got to pay extra for I'd say odd-sized hand luggage. Well, or old-sized. Yeah, I guess you would say that. I've got to be honest with you though. I must be honest with you. The old, you remember when they implemented? They brought those hand baggage check size checkers that they have, and they still have them there. Don't get me wrong, they still have them there, but they never use them anymore. I've been on an EasyJet plane, and I've had two bags, albeit they small, like a backpack and a small pack, like two small backpacks basically, and they've allowed it. So you know, it really is all down to discrepancy of the people who are handling the flight before you get on the plane, so to speak. I've never had any issue with them, to be honest with you. Obviously, you don't want to take the biscuit and start taking huge, great big. I've seen some people take bleeding great big suitcases in with them on a handbag. It's just like, mate, what are you doing? I want to check that in, man. I mean, would it make it easier just to check it in rather than flipping lumbering it all over the plane and dragging it down the aisle and smashing into people's ankles and stuff? Gary Sibthorpe. Worst flight, Singapore to Perth back in '96 with Air India. One of the TVs fell out from the centre of the overhead compartments. Oh my good God. Well, you can't blame anyone for that other than the maintenance teams, really. You can't blame Air India per se. That's down to I mean, even the maintenance teams, it's difficult to blame them. It may have just been a because if something like that sitting in the back of the is above you and it hasn't shown any signs of sort of like if it was hanging off or something like that, then obviously if it was hanging loosely, you would have probably said, I think you might need to have a look at that. But yeah. Jenny Westcott's son. Oh, Carl Hanlon, they use flexi hose just like your car has on the brake lines from the chassis to the wheel hub. Brilliant, Carl, thank you. Flexi hose. So we've got someone's son on this Virgin jet that's flying out now. Jenny Westcott's son. Flying or cabin crew or passenger? Okay. Flexi hose, there we go. good flight. Jenny Westcott's son. What up? What up? Oh my God, you are joking me, man. No, mate, no, we missed her. Are you serious? Oh, man. Oh, to Tori's parents and friends and everything, and oh, I'm sorry. We literally had one after the other. Oh, we're so sorry. Anyway, Tori's parents will be very, very proud of her flying that aircraft. We just missed her, folks. It's going to Nice, isn't it? Yeah. Tori, have a great flight. Congratulations, and wish you all the best. Please keep us posted if we can ever hopefully get you again. We just if I'm not notified, then because there's so much going on, it's very difficult. And of course, Jilly's got a lot going on as well. People messaging her and notifications and trying to keep everything. I'm so sorry to. Right, yeah. Hotel opposite. We're walking back with big bags of food. Where'd you get the money from? Where are you getting the money from? Probably us. Oh dear. Sorry about that, Tori. Okay, let's see if we can find our jumbo jet. She will more likely come in rogue, I would have thought. Oh, what a disappointment that was, man. Northeast of where? Yeah. Kathy Collis tuning in from Eastbourne. Mike James. Kathy and the birds. Kathy is tracking Tori's plane to Nice. Isn't that nice? David Lewis, good day to you. CX7 is 1 hour, 4 minutes away. Thank you, David. That is a 747 800, I guess. 800 freighter, is it? It's the Sri Lankan 330, I think. One of the most noticeable things that you'll, if you watch that video that we put up recently, nice ribbons, is the as the main gear doors slam shut on the 380. Incredible. You can feel all of that kind of stuff and hear it, even when you're on the top deck, to be honest. But it's much more, a lot more feedback through the aircraft when you're on the bottom deck. Chris F. Yes, there is a certain time. In fact, aircraft, I believe, and please pilots let me know, but I believe that a separation is about time and not so much distance, I believe. And it all depends on big plane, little plane. No, it all does depend on large aircraft, like small aircraft following large aircraft, etc., etc. But normally there is a time element built in, and that's why you will see a substantial delay when you've got a smaller aircraft departing after an A380, even those on approach as well. It does depend on wind as well, of course. If there is a severe crosswind, then that wake will be blown, dispersed a lot quicker than if it's still conditions. That's a go around on the northern runway. Yeah, that's why. That's your reason why. Yeah. Aer Lingus was still on the runway, so that's a precautionary. Exercise. A Diane 78, that was a big clunk you could hear on that video. Yes, it is. Which deck of the 380s better to fly on, TCC saying? That's a tricky one. If you have the option, I would fly on the upper deck and the lower deck, depending on I mean, obviously you're coming back on it, so I would try both if you can. John Greenham, TCC, HCC Aviation, 4K Farid Abed, Big Jacko's gaming. Sue Taylor, Captain Dave told me the toilets are nicer on the upper deck. I don't know about that. The only one thing I would say is that the first class, I wouldn't even want to call it toilets, I'd more or less call it a bathroom, because it is a massive, great big bathroom, first class, right up the front before you go down the stairs. Michael K, anyone see the New Zealand government 757 at Northolt yesterday? Wasn't aware of it. Wow. David Peplow, my daughter and granddaughter are off to New York on BA 115, GP. Did you catch that? BA 115, estimated 1400. hopes that they will not be changing runway operations, I can assure you, David. So yes, let's keep us posted, David, when she's literally rolling onto the runway on here as well, because we need you to help us with that, showing it's on time. South is nice. Well, to be honest with you, South is nice. That is nothing. That lineup is absolutely dismal compared to what it was earlier on. It was crazy. Roger Nyman, indeed. I flew on lower deck twice, right at the back of the aircraft. Eve Hoskett saying. Tony Haynes, 777 bathroom was first one I could stand in. Blimey. We're 7 feet tall. CPA 007 will bring up a flight on flight radar. Kevin Beasley. Sue Taylor, yes, upper is business as well as economy. Jill Perry. Chris Phillips. Indeed, not first class. Club World on the 380 upper deck with the spacious forward toilets. Yes. Unbelievable. Opened the door and it was like, looked like the TARDIS in there, for crying out loud. John Grinham. I watch Big Jet TV every day. Blimey. Gerald Mark Jenkin, you could fly economy upstairs on a 747 with Virgin Atlantic. Fly economy upstairs with Virgin Atlantic? Really? In their first class cabin? Wow. In the hump. Oh, is this a learning lesson? TCC, I would always try, if you can, to book your seats before you get to the airport. So when you're checking in online, which is is the best thing to do when you're checking in, then that is when you can potentially reserve your seats. Eve Hoskett, to be honest, Emirates treated us like kings, even in the deepest, darkest economy, right at the back. There you go. There you go. I'm sure that's the case for you. Wow, Laura flew economy upstairs on Virgin 747, best flight she ever had. Okay, so there must have been like a... Oh, I tell you what, actually, hold on a minute. I seem to recall when I went on the 747 in the hangar, the Virgin 747, there was a, if you turn left at door L1 before you go up the stairs, on the left there was a very swanky cabin area there. Maybe that was, because I seem to recall also that the seating on the upper deck of the 747 with Virgin Atlantic was not the big swanky modules that you see, you know, the cocoon type seating arrangement. So maybe that's what it was. The first class, or should I say, you know, the upper class was not the upper class. You know, that class. Upper, no. The expensive seats were on the lower deck, but to the left of door L1. Because that's where everyone had their meal, wasn't it, when they invited those people on it. And when we went up on the top deck when Zayn was leaving, they were all normal seats. Well, I say normal seats, they were just like economy style, you know. Yes, very it's right by the, yeah, you're literally behind the radome. In fact, I think at the very forward seats, you're actually forward of the flight deck. Ollie is a returning member. Welcome back, Ollie. Good to see you. I was going to say, Glenn's Aviation, you can eat lunch and watch TV, can't you? He's back with his lunch. Yes, yeah. Okay, thank you, Tories folks, for Simon. Thank you very much, and family. We'll try and get a fully next time. Yes, is everybody leaving London? That's always a great shot in very cold conditions with gin blue skies. Ribbons going, yeah. Sue Taylor staying at the Renaissance in a couple of weeks. Runway view, of course. Yeah, you couldn't stay at the Renaissance and not have a runway view. Ram H, fair few 330s this afternoon. Chris Phillips saying HGC. John Graham, I was watching here last night from January 2020 with that sunrise show with the 747 BA go around. Oh my goodness me, don't. That hurts, that does. Advance! Advance! Will W Virgin 747 around London Gatwick and Heathrow had different cabin layout configurations. Right, there we go. Sue Taylor, my first time to start. Cool, it's nippy up here, mate, I'm telling you. Oh, Jeffrey Phillips, if it was a snowy day, you bet I'd be out here. Oh my God, where else would I be? I don't own a sledge. Oh, is he? It is a bit of a tongue twister, isn't it? Oh, Pilot BA, I'll change my name, hopefully make it better for you. Ah, there we go. Thank you, Pilot BA. So much easier now. Throw an S in there, it's not throwing a bleeding spanner in the works. Hi, Demo. Hi, Demo. Cool. Blimey. Roger Nyman. Crazy action, great view. Well, that's what you get if you stay here. I'd recommend 746, 747, 745 room numbers. More or less get this very view. Minutes for the 747. Paul Howard, thanks for the update. You're joking. Is that the one in Singapore? Oh, that is fantastic. Hello to everybody at the bar in Singapore. It's got 40 of them now. Asking to change it to the big screen. That's crazy, man. Well, we're hoping that that 747 is going to go rogue. Of course, Arif was, what do you mean by rogue, Jerry? I'm like, well, it's something we made up. Because it's a non-operational arrival. In other words, it's coming in on the departing runway. because I think they're on segregated operations at the moment. The Singaporeans something to look at. Look at that, beautiful. Adrian Lamb, any 380s out today? Adrian, you've obviously arrived a little bit late. Because yes, we have had a significant number of A380s operational today. Oh, by the way, can I also give a shout out to the young lady and her friend who I met at the Hyatt Place last week. She came up to me and wanted to take a selfie because she wanted to make her brother jealous, who watches the show. Hello to you. I didn't get her name, but get this. I said, what are you doing here? She said, well, we are here training the security teams. When I say the security teams, we're talking about the security checks that you go through after passport control. Well, actually, it's not passport control. My apologies. No, when you go check in, then you go through into the security where you have your bags checked and so on and so forth. All your belt comes off and all that kind of thing. They are training. They are spending a lot of time training these guys. And yesterday, when I was here, was Arif. Quite interestingly, there were a whole load of army personnel here who are also being trained for that purpose. This is quite a rare ship, isn't it? Yeah, so obviously there was a distinct... Oh, okay. So this is a very rare bird that we're seeing here. This A330. I must have switched that out from a 787 or whatever it might be, 777 maybe, I don't know, but or even a 76. But haven't seen the Air Canada, especially in the old head and shoulders livery, for quite some time. Oh, look at the diddle Tarom, he's coming, and he was like, no one listened, no one watched me, did he? Look at the diddle. Great aircraft as a for a private jet, isn't it? Really, the 318. John Grinham loves to see the airport shots. Yeah, it's a great view up here from on top of the roof at the Hilton Garden. Big shout out to RL, of course, my good friend at the Hilton Group. Holly, the 747 Cathay Pacific 747 freighter is indeed inbound from Dubai. I'd imagine that it's not from Dubai as in DXB, but Dubai, the freight terminal. Mohammed Rayan, I was gifted a membership. Who was the person I want to thank? Isn't that a lovely thing to do? Well, there's a few people who have gifted membership today, but Mohammed, that's very kind of you to say thank you. Dubai 380 in 5 minutes, Philip Jones saying. Diane 78 Cathay 747, 34 minutes. Matthew Gunn Papati, Airbus 318 from Tarom, yes indeed. I think that's the only operational A318 that is on regular service into London Heathrow. Mark Lambert talking to Pilot BA about, because of course we've got Pilot BA on here, folks. He was flying with Singapore Airlines on the A380. Hey, how many times did we ever ask him, Pilot BA, did he operate the Singapore 380 into London Heathrow? If so, we probably caught him on numerous occasions, I would have thought. Blimey. Flipping heck, what's going on here? Is that a delivery flight, maybe? A maintenance flight? Or it's going down to Gatwick, is it? Right, there we go. Oh, okay, okay. Singapore was a rare opportunity, but mainly Australia and Germany. Cheryl Slater, thank you. Cathay 747, 32 minutes. Andy Williams, standard engines, but only 32 seats. Farid Abed, 1:45 in London. Currently cloudy skies, fog, 42 degrees, 5 Celsius. Winds 5 Celsius. Did we get that? Winds at 7 miles an hour. Feels like flipping -3. Got to be honest with you. But luckily I've got myself enough cold gear. I was going to Cardiff, is it? First said Cardiff, then changed to Gatwick, or first said... Oh. How weird is that, man? So they can't make their minds up on that BA jet that's going for maintenance, whether it's Cardiff or Gatwick. I said it's more likely Cardiff though, because that's heavy maintenance in Cardiff, isn't it? I don't think they carry out heavy maintenance at Gatwick. Mind that. look at this. Go on, son! Yeah. Clip wing. Well, that's bleeding typical, isn't it? Cool, I'll tell you what. My old fingertips are feeling a bit... I didn't bring any of those little hotties out with me. I should have brought them little hotties out with me, shouldn't I? Didn't realise it was going to be this bleeding cold. Off to the Channel 4 studios tomorrow, folks, for the pre-recording of the big fat quiz of the year. What? What? Do what? Yeah, but I it's not the audience who guess, mate, is it? A bit late now, isn't it? Philip Sinclair says it's going to Cardiff. A few people, so I think there's a bit of a discrepancy on radar apps at the moment as to the exact destination of that 777. Matthias levelled off at 7,000 feet. Julia Betteridge, there is your A380 that we just caught. Bootle lads loves the American 777 pure muscle, especially the Trent. No, don't say anything like that, Julie. We'll let you know when it's on TV, folks. It's going to be televised at Christmas. Simple as that. It's cheap. I don't give up. Even if someone offered me 250 grand, I wouldn't go on the jungle. Wouldn't do it. Not interested. Mark Lambert, Jerry off to Sainsbury's tomorrow, I think he meant. Yeah. Are you sure, man? Really? Really? 250 grand and you have to have this spider in the box with you for 5 minutes. Really? Wow, man. That's insane. Are you serious? Wow, man. Right, well, this Emirates 380 would indicate, I would imagine, the other one should be going out soon, but he didn't come in that long ago, did he, that other 380 with the big 50 on it? By the way, big happy birthday to All Nippon, or, yeah, I call it All Nippon. It's not Al Nippon, is it? It's All Nippon, ANA, 70 years in service. Started, believe it or not, with a helicopter. Obviously a very small one, but started doing helicopter services. ANA 70 years ago. I did tell them, put a nice big thing on your planes then, let us all know, because everyone else is doing it, you know. Emirates have done it. Smokey says IAEs on this thing, mate. Look at that. Now that's what we should have done with Tory's plane, man. For God's sake. JJ, 100% going to Cardiff, due into Cardiff at 2:21. Thank you, JJ. Oh, this is going to be a funny one, packing this long way, mate. I can't feel my fingertips. Michael Skip, Cardiff arrivals are expecting the BA 777. Thank you. Karina Roebuck, good day to you. Before my Max comes in. Karina saying a quick hi before my Max comes in. Oh, okay. Oh, Karina's on the ramp. Yeah, right. Okay, cool. Karina, good day to you. Stagtastic. GV Jazz 339 on radar, ready to go out to Tampa. We've got GV Jazz ready to go, folks. Billie Holiday, that's the aircraft that we flew on, out to Boston, Key Bars. Matthew Gunn Papati, good morning from Canada. Hopefully that's Matthew, is it? Is that because that's maybe a French pronunciation? I know, I've seen it. Philip Lowry, 767 taxiing. Thank you, Philip. Pilot BA, yes, they are only a few are in service in China. It's not as popular as the 320 Neo. What's that one that he's answering German going up to there? Let's just have a little look here. Irish Dublin, good day to you. That's it, Irish Dublin, good. Oh, there we go, Matteo, thank you. Oh, Matthew, sorry. I'm on ops agent. Waits, okay, so she's not on the ramp, she's operations. Sorry, folks. So this is the quite rare Air Canada 330. Those ribbons up far easier when the skies are blue. You see them coming off the trailing edge of the wingtip there. bit random, isn't it? I'm sorry, sir. Hey, Crichton, sort it out, will you? Simon Bennett, CX7, just passed over Essex, north of Southend. A Cathay 747 now over Essex. Thank you, Simon Bennett. Captain Rom. Matthew Bentley also saying Southend on sea. Nice to see Air Canada A330, old livery, John Grinham saying. Jill Perry. Matthew Bentley. Big Bird. Loving the wing flips. James Moss, good afternoon to you. Steve Stibbons. Jill Perry. Kevin Beasley. There's one for Irish Dublin. Pilot BA, does anyone remember one of our Wow Air's A330 registered TFK? Well, we caught I'm sure we caught at least one 747 with what looked like an engine surge at Gatwick. When they went to apply the reversers, there was a pop, most definitely a flame out of some sort. And I'm sure that we caught Wow Air's 330s, but I don't know about the registrations. Roger Nyman, just want to say the Miami shows were epic. The airport action, the video quality, stellar. Also loved the car extravaganza. It really added to the whole experience. And that was just a trial, really, to be honest with you. You there, GP? Mirrors, Cathay Pacific, 10 minutes out. Okay, let's keep an eye on her, folks. Let me know, because I think she's going to, hopefully, she's going to come rogue. And the reason I say is she's going to, is because the freighter operations, the big bread bin, as they call it, is down there. So it would make a lot of sense for them to bring her in on the southern runway, just for this one specific occasion. Amy Lee tuning in from Michigan, United States of America. Good day to you, Amy. Cassie King Benji has correctly spotted the A330neo. That was it. Just taxiing out there, I think. Yeah, there we go. Right at the back of the queue there. Oh, you! Back of the queue, son. TCC. The foreign shows have improved since GP started. It's crazy, isn't it? You could be. Oh, look at that tail of that 380, man. You could be 5,000 miles away, or literally 5 meters away. Because that's what you were in Miami, man. Crazy. Irish Dublin. I'll be on the Lufthansa 747 from Miami next month, taking a very long way to get to Dublin. But I want to fly the 747 for my first time. There we go. So Irish Dublin's, I guess that's going to be doing the Frankfurt, not divert, but Frankfurt service. Oh man, you wait, Irish Dublin. You're when you get to Frankfurt, you will be absolutely amazed by the number of big jets there. 747s, 346s, bless you. 380s now. I mean, I don't know when they're planning on putting their 380 back into service, but oh, it's next summer, is it? Oh, okay. John Gage, A380, amazing sight. Yes, normally the case, I have to say that 380 has not been at gate for very long. What's she pointing up this way for? Uh-oh, bit of a standoff here between the... Wow, Smokey Joe. So I'm guessing that these are costing United a lot of money in terms of maintenance. Spare parts as well are going to be running quite thin on the ground. Nice. Is it 7 foot or 11 foot the winglets on the 767? Stagtastic. A380s together, they will be more or less. Oh, Munich. Okay, it's going to be going from Munich. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Oh man, we've got to get out there for the first one, haven't we? We've got to speak to Munich because we've done stuff with Munich, haven't we? He's not there anymore, old matey, is he? He's retired now. Is it Hans? Horse, that was it, Horse, yeah. Horse Yankee. He drove a Renault 4. Stick shift. Bless him. He's probably enjoying, sitting back enjoying life right now. Big Bird, 30 years old, that's 767. Yeah, that's getting well old, isn't it? Okay. Anyone fancy double Emirates 380 in one shot? There you go. Of course, someone's opened the raw fish compartment. Flipping heck. Whew. LFC in, is it a 767 or an old 211? Oh, blimey, it's boiling now. Paul Skilling saying it's 6 degrees. Look at that head-on, look at that head-on shot. Just missed that shot there. Oh my goodness. Oh. Someone dressed as Father Christmas. Yeah. Good God. That's my equivalent of a bleeding nightmare, being forced to watch Strictly Come Dancing. Strapped into a chair and forced. Anything. Joel Nolwedgka, you need to come to Dallas Fort Worth. We got Qantas, Melbourne next month. To be honest with you. It was Billie Holiday, and not only that, but it was a beautiful departure. But not only that, we would have had a funky shot with a kite right in the shot, a buzzard right in the shot, mate. She was just cruising there. Oh my God, missed opportunities. British Airways A350. Interesting that 380 is facing in this direction. She's just going to do a... I think the most cringy thing about it is when everyone starts to clap As soon as the music plays, it's all start clapping. It's like clapping for. It's so English, isn't it? So English, mate. Simon Jeffries. I'd better let the band start as they've been watching too. Keep up the fabulous work. I better let the band start. Simon Jeffries, what's that? Ellen Military shows this month, Dave Beeler. Interesting you should say that, Dave. We should look at operations, John. Thanks, Jill. Joe Thompson, I thought you got to get back Christmas decorations out there right at the back of the coal shed. Fingers crossed I'll be back before you finish. Joe Thompson, all the best. Good luck. CX 007, 5 minutes. We should now know what approach she's on. Is she going to come in on this runway, GP? Cathay. Pilot BO, what I love about being a pilot is when you land and you stand outside the cockpit door and hearing your customers thanking you for getting them there safely. It's such a nice feeling. Yes. Wonderful. Yes, indeed. And then every now and then you get somebody who says, do you mind if I have a quick look inside like that? Or someone's already pre-booked coming on board the flight deck. Simon Jeffries, Singapore bar. There we go. Brilliant. How far forward the undercarriage doors are on the 350, man. It's quite a... What's that? What's that? Oh, it's not looking good. Jez White CXM going further west, so looking good for a southern. Stagtastic making a final left turn. Let's just have a look on my flight radar, see if I can pick her up. Oh, really? Oh, God. Oh, no, that's going to go. No, it's joining the northern track. Yeah, it's joining the northern track. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see her. We'll see her. Kind of crazy. Mind you, out that far, that's good 10 miles out that, they could quite easily change the track. It has been known, and it does happen. It does happen. She just needs to keep flying south for a little bit further. Come on, girl. Don't line up with the north. She's getting to King of the North! No, she's too far north, isn't she? Really. Did it? Oh, hold on. Hold on. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going, girl. Keep going. Keep going, girl. Keep going. Push, 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 push. You could. Oh, no, she don't. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on a minute. Oh, this is good. No, oh no, I was going to say the EasyJet. He's overflying. He? No, he's no. Fully established. Fully established. 09 left. Oh, now he's going. Now he's going a little bit north, isn't he? Oh no, he's back on again. Boo! Mind you, she'll come all the way down here and taxi all the way up here, so we'll get a good look at a Boeing 747, folks. Kevin Fisher, does Emirates? Jimmy, does Emirates fly their new first-class planes to Stansted again? Jimmy, yes. Most definitely. 777. We actually covered that service, the first returning 777 Emirates flight into Stansted. I think you can look it up on our channel, Big Jet TV Emirates Stansted or something like that, perhaps. Where the captain couldn't get out of the plane quick enough to run down and say hello to me. Brilliant. Slid the window open before he even just leant out the window. Brilliant. Ian Austin, any jumbos due in. There you go, Ian. Joined at the right time, my friend. Here's one for Pilot BA. So much easier now, isn't it? It's because of the ADSB thing, Gilly. I think that's where it came from. The confusion. Too many letters out of sequence and the wrong end of the alphabet. Yeah. Pilot ADSB. It's quite. Oh, hold on a minute. We've got a mic. I've got a mic. Stand by. I've got a mic warning. Warning. That's it. Churches. Come on. Cashier number 4, please. Randy Schwartz has gifted 5 Big Jet TV memberships. Lovely thing to do, Randy. They're just about to push this triple back from its remote stand. Excuse me. Hey, who's on the what? Oh yeah, someone's relative, BA. Yes, it was. Who was it? BA 115 is on radar, folks. Who is it that was going out on that, please? .747 inbound. Not see it yet. Can't see it yet. Oh, she's just touching down there. Okay. Who's Mike? George McKay. I recently flew BA to Bahrain from Terminal 5 and back. Used to be an apprehensive flyer. Thanks to you and this channel, I was so relaxed. BA staff were excellent on all flights. George McKay, that is a wonderful thing, mate. Oh, old livery. Old livery. Nice. It was very interesting yesterday when we saw the 380 land, and I said to Arif, I said, so now, Arif, do you know the story behind the only having 2 reversers on the 380? He says, what do you mean there's only 2 reversers? I said, it doesn't speak like that at all, obviously. And I said, didn't you notice that it's only like 747s and all the other 4-engine jets got 4 reversers, but these have only got 2 reversers? He said, no, tell me about that. And I told him about it. He was amazed. He says, no, I know now. Anyway, navigation, man, navigation. And interestingly enough, I had an old navigator's computer from Bomber Command that they used back in the war, and I gave it to him because it was only sitting on a shelf not doing anything, so I gave it to him, and he was the remarkable thing about it, it's not too dissimilar to what pilots actually use now for navigation. In other words, that you know when you were at school and you had that silly ruler thing with all the different sliding things on it, you can never figure them out. Cargo Queen Magic. Brutal label. Rachel Lofthouse. Rab H. I couldn't see you last week. I took a selfie next to your van, Fraser Murray saying. I was watching with T5 when the Emirates 380 had to go around. Do you know what happened? The approach looked clean, Fraser. That was aircraft on the runway, I'm afraid. That was what that was. Come on, girl, show yourself. Don't be shy. It is though. It is always catching up. It is. Come back to that. What's that? Unmarked 320 there. That's an interesting one. Who's running that? Who's running that? Ian Austin, I see 1X Aerotrans cargo jumbo has been re-registered. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to get everything in the shot here. Who's that, Gilly? What was that? Whose is it? Whose is it? Whose is it? Oh, is it? Blimey, that unmarked 320 there is Austrian Airlines, and it's brand new. Oh, I think they... Oh, delivered on the 4th of November and unmarked. Wow. I think maybe they had it booked in for the Jerry Dyer paint shop, and they've obviously had to cancel it because of the... they couldn't afford it. Ian Snelling, Qatar 3 Snelling. Why do I call him Ian Snelling? It's Ian Snelling, for God's sake. Ian, I've said that for like years. 380 just pushed back at T4, thank you, Ian. It's because I don't really know. Wow, don't tell me this is her first flight, is it? Ah, seaweed. JG made 600 tons of paint. Okay, so that's a very new aeroplane, that Austrian jet. It's going to get a special livery. It's going to get a special livery. Sea Winkle. Maybe pilot training. I also was questioning with the A380 was the canoes that you see. When we say canoes, we're talking about the housing for the flaps, and let's just grab this. Oh, that's beautiful, man. Oh, okay, so that may well be training. Pilot BA, recently I've seen a few Etihad flights use their 350 and 777-300ER instead of their usual Dreamliners. Yes. Well, we've had the 350-1000 with Etihad in here, haven't we, Jake? Yeah? Yes, we have. Yes. And the trip. Kathy and the Birds, Andy P. TCC. MG John. Adrian Lamb, that's me, Happy. Mike Hall, welcome back, Mike. Mike with a very nice profile picture of a Lancaster bomber in a right-hand turn. Rab H, only 9 years old. What's only 9 years old? Oh, that's 747. Possibly. 4 Gen X engines. The GE-NX engine, same as the Dreamliner. And I also told Arif yesterday the original story of the 747. And so few people know about the fact that the 747 was originally developed and designed as a twin-deck jet. And if you look, or Google for that matter, Boeing 747 original concept model, I think you'll find in images you should be able to find a picture. We showed it obviously when we were there in America at the Boeing plant. Amazing. The reason why Boeing dropped the 747 double deck idea was because they couldn't get all the passengers off in 90 seconds. That's the standard procedure drill for evacuation of an aircraft. It has to be in under or around or at 90 seconds. And so they chopped the top section off, kept the hump for aerodynamic reasons. Oh, hello, hello. Go on, girl. Yeah. That's Rolls-Royce right there. Growling set of Trent 8s. Beautiful. So we've got Qatar waiting to cross the active, as well as that Cathay Pacific. Brett Wicks, welcome back, Brett. Kevin Beasley, what's this? Condensation in the engines, man. I'm going to catch this shot. Jimmy, this might be another option. Jimmy, this might be another option for a thumbnail. Stand by, stand by. GP standby for thumbnail action. Bang. Right there. Mind you, that one with the 787 from behind with the gear down was pretty awesome, wasn't it? But I think that's the one, innit? I mean, that just goes to show that's Heathrow, innit? Scalloped cowls, the trailing edge reverser doors there, shaped like that to reduce the noise of the engine. And that's not so much the exhaust noise, but the actual air passing through the engine and out the back, the bypassing air, should I say. It creates a lot of noise. In fact, I mentioned this on the show the other day, but it's quite well known that on an approaching aircraft, especially the jumbo jets that we used to hear, you know, screaming in over on the final approach, the majority of the noise that you hear is actually the air rushing past and through the undercarriage, because there's so many different elements on there, you know, cables and leads, and obviously the tyres, the undercarriage struts and all that kind of stuff, the flaps, the air rushing up and over and through the flaps, and of course just the general, oh, there it is, there it is. Austrian's brand new aeroplane, folks. Is that actually a has that got anything on the on flight radar in terms of, like, you know, any ident jelly on it, like, you know, at the end of it, like, you know, T? It's what a D. What would that indicate? Brett Wicks. Trijet 747 concept was dropped in favour of the 747 SP. AVGEEK Trijet 747. Trijet 747. Really? I'll be honest with you, I've never bleeding heard of that. 747 SP was obviously a pretty. Hello, what's this? Hey! Finally! Sorry. Happy birthday, El Nippon. So Etihad's Dreamliner in the Formula One livery. That's pretty cool. I'll be grabbing that. Rab HS 380 wing is just an amazing piece of engineering art, really, isn't it? So I wonder if they'll be bringing a nose up. Let's see if she opens a nose up. TCC, yeah. It's the green plane there, based on the Trijet. I'll be honest with you, I've never ever heard of that. The Trijet 747. Never. Why do some airlines fly completely white with no markings? It's usually for backup. Aidan Campbell, no. Aidan. It is because they are either between owners. They may have been with a previous owner or a previous operator, and they've obviously been taken off the register or whatever it might be, and they've moved to back to the lease company. And but in the case of what you've just seen there. Interestingly enough, and it's very rare, I have to say, that you would get an aircraft delivered from Toulouse. Actually, was it a 321 or a 320? Is it a 321? Was it a 320? It's a 320 Neo. So that would have come from Toulouse. Very rare that you see, other than military, of course, aircraft coming out there without any livery on them. But it seems that obviously Austrian have obviously maybe got some kind of a contract going with another paint shop, Jerry Dyer, specialist paint shop perhaps. Yeah, we're taking it on Monday, mate. Have you got a deposit for the paint? Yeah, how much is that? 48 million quid. Hey? Yeah, it says here, I just calculated it. You need 4,800 tonnes of paint. Wait, I think you might be a bit wrong there. I think it might be 0.4 of a tonne. Hey? a minute. Oi, John! You got the paint calculator there? What is it? What is it? You got the calculator for the paint? The paint calculator? Yeah, why? Well, I've got Austrian on the phone and they're disagreeing with the amount of paint we need. Ah, I've got another one. Euro Aviation TV, good day to you, my friend. George Taylor, great lineup. Tired 78. I said, go on Airlines as a joke. Go on Sun Airlines. Mind you, you could have go on Sun with SUN, couldn't you? Hey, that is an idea. Go on, Sun! Yeah. Obviously a holiday airline. BA115 lining up. For God's sake, don't miss it. Don't miss this one. Okay, which one is it, GP? BA115, is that it there? Is it the 200 that's... Thank you, Alison. Oh! Say it there, Dad. Okay, this is... We've got somebody on this aircraft, folks. Okay, daughter and granddaughter of David Peploe, we believe. John Lansdowne, the 747 then became fully double-decker because Suter envisaged it becoming obsolete due to supersonic and wanted it to be easily converted into a freighter. Nose, cargo, door below cockpit, etc. Yeah, I mean... Wasn't it shelved? I was led to believe that they couldn't evacuate the aircraft in under 90 minutes, or they envisaged it not being able to be evacuated in under 90 minutes. But obviously there are different stories all over the place. Okay, Boeing's Joe Sutter left the 7th. Oh, sorry, folks. Sorry. I was reading the comments there. Okay, bleeding out. Turn your lights off, son. Or madam, of course. Wow, full beam. Okay, L1's open. This might just be a tech stop, you know. I don't see any, oh, I don't know, there is a K-lift there, isn't there? Ah! It's heavy, dude. Oh, a bit of a out of sequence gear retraction there. Sean loves the engine growl. I think we all do. Paul Howard off to New York City. How lovely. Puts in PJs. It is cloudy. Joe Thompson. Emirates 380 on radar. Okay. Oh, look at this lovely old 764. Oh. Shame, Max. I'd like to have got that. Clouds. Let this 380 run in. Justin Hanley, indeed, the 747-8 does have the Gen X power plant, which is the same as the Dreamliner engine, other than obviously the Trent 1000, which is identical in the way it looks, but it is a Rolls-Royce power plant. These are General Electric GE NX engines. Watch this for a gear close. Those back doors slam shut, man. Here we go. Bang! Yeah! Oh, cargo doors open. Not messing around. Dave Alberg, what was the first two-engine jet that set the basic design we see today? Well, it's got to be really the, well, obviously the A300 with Airbus. The 757, was it? Was it the 757 that? Well, I mean, really, I mean, in terms of the big twin, I say big twin. The 757 was single aisle jet, wasn't it? So 767 really would be the first. Would that be the first twin aisle twin jet in production? Because I think the A310 was the A310 still a single aisle jet, I think. There we go, A300 and A310 were the first twin-engined, decent-sized jet, I guess, yeah. But, which, interestingly enough, did have a flapper on. And it makes you wonder, because how soon after the A300 did the 767/757 because Airbus ran the flapper on, didn't they? Go on. What's that? Should know it by now, man. See, they don't mess about, mate, getting that stuff off. Did we get 115, GP? Did we get 115? Because oh, we did get 115, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Yeah, it's 200, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, mirrors, come on, mate. How long have you been a member for? You should know that there's no switch over on 09s, mate. Only on 27s, only on 27s. The Cranford Agreement. Yeah. Oh, Eva Air 777. Interesting. Is she EGPX A300 entered service in 74, the 767 in 82, give or take a year. Wow. Wow, 12 years after the A300. Well, then in that case, I think that's where Boeing got the idea for the flapper on from. I think that's where they got the idea. I think they copied it from they must have done. because 12 years. Oh yeah, she's definitely coming out. Listen to her starting now. Wow. Dave Beeler, Eastern Airlines flew A300s in the early 80s, I'm guessing he's saying there, on a $1 lease from Airbus, so that they could expose them to the US market. Wow, how crazy is that? Aidan Campbell, the oldest Boeing 767 still in operation, N740 Alpha X-ray, 38 years of age. Rab H, the year I started work as a mechanic, sadly not on A300s, but Allegros and Maxis. We had a Maxi, go on the Maxi. Was it E-tops that changed everything? Squid out saying. I think E-tops was just something that was brought in as a safety measure and applied to all aircraft types, really, or anything that flew for any great distance. Let's not fly on this screen, folks. The lights are just too flipping bright. Poor old camera can't handle it. Bev Charles, when will I get my second stripe? 1 month, 29 days. Second stripe is after 6 months, I think. Bev. Captain Bob, is the Cathay Pacific double crewed for quick turnaround? Well, she's come from Dubai, so she would have originated, I'd imagine, in Hong Kong, I'd imagine. So yeah, there will be, I'd imagine, relief crews on those aircraft. Joe Thompson, my favourite livery is 24 minutes out. Singapore Airlines really want a model of this plane. I'm guessing it's a Singapore triple, is it? Dave Beeler, yeah, 747 did have flapper-ons. And that's a good thing that you're mentioning there, actually. Hold on a minute, let me think about this. Because the 747 indeed was flown and developed before the A300, I think. That's a good point. So I'll take that all back. Boeing did not, in fact, if anything, by the looks of it, Airbus. Because the 747 was developed in 68, wasn't it? Or something like that, or even earlier than that. So, therefore, yes, Airbus, in developing the A300, would have looked at the 747. Sake. I think you're right. Oh, there we go. The EVA Air jet landed very late yesterday, which is the reason for its delay. Pilot B8, if anyone's interested in flying on Wednesday. What's that? Oh, for crying out loud. Hello. Yeah, man. So my sincere apologies to all Boeing fans. It was actually by the looks of it, or by the sounds of it, when Airbus developed the A300, they looked at the Boeing wing, the 747 wing with the flapper on. Actually, you know what? Because it's funny, Arif said to me that apparently by law, every aircraft manufacturer developing a big jet has to have a flapper on, or an inboard and an outboard aileron. Let's not confuse the whole thing with flapper on. Let's just say an inboard and an outboard flapper on. Maybe that was when the A300 was developed. Maybe that law was implemented, which is the reason for them doing it. And then since then it has been, because this aircraft and the A300 and subsequent big jets with Airbus have not had two ailerons, just the outboard, the big aileron. Maybe that's the way they... Maybe that's the way they got around it, was to increase the length of the flapper on the aileron, because it is bleeding ginormous on the 350 and the 330. What's that, GB? Sorry, repeat. Control that. Can't control that. Can't control it, can't police it either. Can't police it, can you? And to be honest with you, no, if they're doing it and it's for monetary reasons, then we can do something about it. We can report it and have it taken down. But if it runs our logo, then who cares? To be honest with you. But if they're making money off the back of it, the only way we just need to be told what it is, and we can just do what we need to do. Very easy. YouTube are very sympathetic. Oh God, Instagram. It's for teenagers, isn't it? I read that the 777X has been grounded temporarily after an issue with the engine. Interesting. Where's that come from then? More on that, please, TCC. There was also a Boeing 720, Aidan Campbell. Yes, the Boeing 720 was a shorter version, like shorter in terms of the body length of the 707. It was actually a long-range variant of the 707. But again, a four-engined aircraft, not a twin-engine aircraft. So, screaming emus in the house, is he? Oh yeah. TikTok, that's it. Yeah. TikTok is for kids, isn't it? Yeah, it really is, man. Sorry, Aidan. Yes, you're right. Wow. Screaming that's not the uber funky livery with Malaysian, is it? But it's a good one, all the same. TCC. It's on Google Air data news from days ago. Wow. 777X. Thank you. Wow, Kerry Taylor flew on a Monarch Boeing 720 from Luton to Dusseldorf in the 70s. Wow. David Peplow travelled on a Boeing 720 in 1975, Air Malta to London Heathrow. Maybe it was a shorter range jet, not a longer range jet. I think the 707 was maybe a longer range jet and the 720 was a shorter range version, or variant, should I say. Molly, Aidan Camp, BBLLB. BBLLB, they are crossing there because they're heading over to Terminal 4. That's the reason why they're crossing that active runway. Kathy and the Birds, I think, to be honest with you, the sound is actually usually better on a cloudy day because it doesn't escape up through the clouds. Bev Charles. Screaming Emu are the horses down on the departure end. Screaming Emu, just to give you because he's probably not seen us up here yet, that's the ILS for the approach to 27 left. That is the paddock down there. No horses in view currently because they're probably all just eating. Roy Vidler watching from sunny 30 degrees in Holetown, Barbados. Wow. Good day to you, Roy. Watching in Barbados. 30 degrees. Wow. Goro also flew Boeing 720 with Air Malta in 77. Two 720s were leased from Pakistan International Airlines. Wow. How cool is that? Paul Reynolds, absolutely no idea. Thank you, Sanj. Take care, all the best. Mark Lambert. Screaming Emu, it's a number you entered into the flight management system on the A220 and it affects your takeoff N1. Okay, he's obviously talking to someone about that. That's pretty cool. I see single aisle planes rotating much sooner than the bigger jets. Well, Dave, to be honest with you, we've had a couple of examples today. One in particular, well, a few actually. A couple of the DHL jets, the A300s, and also a BA 777 that was heading to either Cardiff or Gatwick, one of the two. I think it was Cardiff. He went up very, very, very quick. And that's because he's got no passengers on board. He's got very little fuel on board, no luggage, no baggage, no cargo or anything like that in the belly of the aircraft. Maybe carrying a few spares down with them or something like that, I don't know. But other than that, very lightweight. And so therefore they're, I think the N1 is N1, I don't know, is that the rotate point or something like that? But yes, a very light big jet can go out very quick once it reaches the velocity point where the aircraft can fly, and all of that information is inputted into the flight management system, and then that calculates your rotate speed. I'm guessing, is it your V1 speed or Kerry Taylor 720s, quite popular for European holiday charters. Well, it is amazing, I have to say, when you look at, wow, it's quite a smoky old 200, isn't it? When you look at fell out with the horse. Flipping it. It's something to do right, some peculiar stuff. Fell out with the horses. Well, wouldn't you if they caused you $5 worth of damage on your car? Beat your car to death. But that's not the reason why we did it. It's because you know, we've got lots of other places we can go to. The paddock is reserved for very special occasions, to be perfectly honest with you. More so arrivals on 27 left to start with. It's no good for anything else. And also it's kind of reserved for when we do very stormy shows. Because of the unrestricted views that we get in places like this, of course. Wow, a bit of a side slip there for this trip. Yeah. 200 ER, extended range with the big General Electric engines on her. She's got a raked wingtip as well. So one of the later 777-200s, I think, that British Airways took delivery of. I think the earlier ones are the ones without the wingtip. I might be completely wrong. It might be the other way around. I don't know. On that. Flashing with the anti-collisions. Thanks. Dave Allberg, I'm fascinated with the flex slash derate process. It's very complex. Yes, Dave, I spoke actually yesterday with Arif about that. Apparently the flex and derate departure, it's all based on departure. Flex is when they literally, I think they, is a full, is it full takeoff power? But I think on flex is the only option for toga after departure, which I found very interesting when he was talking about that. That you're able to, it's all about temperature. It's all about engine temperature and fooling the engines into thinking that they're actually hotter than what they actually are. Flex temperature. Yes, it is very complex. In fact, anything to do with aviation is very complex, man. I mean, just the brake temperatures, the brake temperature chart. Oh, excuse me. The brake temperature chart is. Oh, flipping it! What's happened? I think the brake temperature chart. I'll try it one more time. Is unbelievably complex, man. I mean, Arif showed me, and I was like, "Wow, man, yeah, that is crazy." It's all. There's a lot of it's based on time as well, where you need. I think I remember a pilot telling me you need a minimum of, depending on the size of the aircraft, a big aircraft needs around about 90 minutes at gate before the brakes are at the operating temperature, because obviously you need to consider that you know, the brakes need to be at the right temperature in order to affect a rejected takeoff. So you know, it is very, very interesting and very complex. I always wondered about that. When I'm flying the 146 in the sim, I hear flex achieved cooler. Okay, flex as in temperature. I think it's temperature flex, isn't it? Oh, Singapore 380 just touched down. Oh, nice big bank there, man. Look at that. Very nice. I think that aircraft's extremely late, isn't it? Be very, very quiet. So the taxiway lights are now illuminated. Dave Holberg. One for you, Pilot BA. Book 'em, Dano. Beautiful. Clean example by the looks of it. European Palpatine. Yeah, did we find out one? Did we? Oh, you already said it. Oh, it's apparently medical, we're hearing, folks. Sorry about that. Leading drift on the camera. Sorry about that. Screaming Emu. On big jets, those wheels spinning at 170 miles per hour actually contributes significant to centrifugal force. So stopping them before they retract helps with wear on the bogies and struts and associated mechanisms. Yes, indeed, we have talked about that in the past. Also, these wheels are obviously designed and developed and mounted to spin in a forward motion, in a vertical position and not on a horizontal, and therefore that would add extra load to the bearings as well. So, you know, if you retract the undercarriage and the wheel's still spinning, there's a potential for a bearing to become very hot, or even for the brake mechanisms to become very, very hot. But also, like he says, there are other contributing factors as well as the reason to why they break the wheels before they retract them up into the undercarriage bears. And of course, there's brushes. The brake system itself is used to stop the wheels from rotating for the mains. However, at the front, no brakes on the front wheels. Of course, there are brushes or stops that will come in contact with the tyre and stop it. Stop it! Philip Lowry's YouTube's out of sync. He's reading comments before something happens on the... That's a bit weird, isn't it? I don't know if that is that. Diane 78, EK30, A380 on radar already. Wow. Is that going to be our closing shot then, GP? Is that going to be our closing shot? EK30 on radar, apparently. Should be a good pushback. Should be quite a good pushback shot. That the red line and dot are as far to the right as possible. Talk about it. Oh, isn't it? Okay. Captain Sky Marshal, nose wheel uses braking pads or nose wheel spin brake linings. Love that, love that. Oh, yeah. Where's she, man? We haven't seen her for a long time, have we? Oh, have they sneaked her off in the middle of the night somewhere? I hope they haven't, man. It'll be a disgrace if BA just send her off for scrap, man. She needs to be put. But the only thing is, man, that it is only it's a modern aeroplane with an old paint scheme, and I can understand if BA turn around and say, well, I mean, if somebody like because you know, it's a tricky one, isn't it? It's a tricky one. I'll take that back about being disgraced. I will understand. Let me put it that way. I will understand. All diesel 13 BA 380 on radar for San Fran. She went to Madrid on the 22nd of November and she hasn't come back. Oh, that's sad. I just want to say this. Or was it that? Screaming Emu, is that Concorde in storage, a museum display? Screaming Emu, she is the gate guardian of London Heathrow, owned by British Airways, I believe still, or donated to London Heathrow, but unfortunately, literally put in the corner. I'm sure when she was originally put there wasn't all that paraphernalia around her, so she was quite uniquely displayed out on her own. However, now she's sort of like, you know, they park up all kind of stuff around her, and she's literally not very well loved, put it that way. I'm sure there are, I believe I did hear once that there are a group of enthusiasts and volunteers that come in from time to time and give her a wash. However, as you can understand, and anyone can understand, that these aircraft, the paintwork on these aircraft is such that, you know, especially in winter conditions, or should I say especially in the UK, that aircraft, you know, it gets very grubby very, very quickly. So it kind of is a pointless thing washing it on a regular basis. But she is very, very grubby. You can see all the rot around her wings. Look, see all the green around the grubbiness. You can see the ribs in her wings. It's a sad and sorry sight. Of course, there's no dehumidifiers inside that aircraft either. I mean, she's looking fine, isn't she? But there's no dehumidifiers in there, so the inside of that aeroplane is literally rotten to the core. And it is just such a shame that she's in the place that she's in. I think she should be placed somewhere like that, perhaps, or maybe even over there somewhere where she's on full view of everybody. But at the moment, she's kind of like lost out there, isn't she? But there you go. What can you do, eh? What can you do? Obviously, both the airport and British Airways themselves have far too much stuff to be doing than to be than dealing with that. So it's a sad thing. Nick Gray's spiders inside too. Many spiders. Oh yeah, that'll be a spiders colony in there. Office Blue in France, they look after their Concorde. Yeah, they've got one on the on a stand, haven't they? The Concorde, the Air France Concorde. Good old Smoky Joe. Look at the plumes this thing's got. Someone said earlier on that, sure that isn't an old Topolov TU-154. it would have been. My apologies to Boeing for earlier when we were discussing the earlier technical side of the twin engine design and flapperons and all that kind of stuff. Appears that most definitely was perhaps because of the 747 having the flapperon that it was copied by Airbus. Screaming Emu, we have several Concords in the US. They're looked after. You can come visit ours. Screaming Emu, to be honest with you, there are, well, there's one very beautifully preserved example of the Concorde up at Manchester. Inside, it's indoors, it's beautifully looked after. The trouble is that when you have a gate guardian, in America, a lot of the places in America, of course, the you know, the weather is favourable for aircraft sitting outside. It's almost like, you know, that's why a lot of aircraft are stored in the desert, because of the dry conditions, and you don't get moisture and all that kind of stuff. But you know, I personally feel that it would have been better if they had have ripped everything out of that aircraft and used her in some way and displayed her inside Terminal 5. Because I can assure you, the roof space inside Terminal 5 would definitely fit that Concorde jet. And going back to the 707 and the 720, look at the picture. There's a very famous picture, I think, of Pan Am 747 and a 707 next to each other, and it is quite interesting how small the 707 looks. In fact, what is even more interesting, if you look at the Convair Coronado, which is a 4-engine jet, it's actually shorter than an A321, which is a twin-engine jet, and probably carries more people, I'd imagine. But yeah, quite incredible. Back in those days, they weren't thinking of twin-aisle aircraft. They were thinking more along the lines of single-aisle stuff, until, of course, Pan Am came along and said, mate, listen, we need something big, we need something juicy, and then they got the 747. Tessa Gold, Yeoviltown Air Museum has a Concorde. Screaming Emu, what's the best aviation museum in the UK? Oh, that's a tricky one, really. Depends on what you like. If you like historic stuff, I would say all in all, it's probably can you hear me, Jilly? Jilly, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Jilly? Jilly, can you hear me? You've been struck by. You've been struck by a true going up. Sorry. Jilly? Hello? Oh, for God's sake. Oh. It is Duxford. Yes, Duxford is a very good museum, I've got to say. It's got an American and a British museum exhibits. Got some great stuff there, and also got some great stuff outside as well. I would have said all in all, and Sally B is based there as well, the B-17 Flying Fortress, which is a flying example of the B-17. It's just a shame that Duxford doesn't have a 747. Yeah, great shame about that. But yeah, if you're gonna visit a museum, I would have definitely said Duxford would probably be the losing sight here, mate. Losing sight here. We might have to. Yeah. I've got BA 380. Yeah. Think we're going to. Oh, hello. What's going on here? Runway inspection. Interesting. Very interesting. Taylor, Shuttleworth collection at Old Warden is a great museum for really old aircraft. Yes, yeah. There's a fair few examples of, like Hendon Museum, for example. I love Hendon. It's got the Lancaster in it, you know, and Duxford does have a Lancaster as well. But the one thing about the Lancaster at Hendon is it is a ton-up Lanc. In other words, it did 100 missions plus, and has not been touched since it stopped operations. It hasn't been modified or changes made to it. It's got its original engines in it, and everything about it. Alexandra would have yet to go to the Air Museum at Bristol. They have a Concorde there, and I have seen video of it as they have restored the droop nose. Yeah, same thing that they've done at Brooklands as well. Got the droop nose working on the Brooklands Concorde. We were there and we filmed it live, the first live operation of the Brooklands Concorde. This is interesting. That must have been a report of FOD, foreign object debris, on the runway by one of the pilots, I'd imagine, based on the fact that they are carrying out a runway inspection. Philip Lowry, Schiphol does have a museum. There's many museums around the world, isn't there? You know. That one is, was it at Boeing Field where we went? Seattle, where we went in Seattle at the Boeing plant there. Yeah, Boeing Field. It's a great little museum. That, well, I say little. It's got a lot of stuff in there. And if you're into space travel as well, they got some great artifacts from space and beyond. Cafe 747. Like I say, there's still a lot of stuff surrounding it. They may be yet to load more stuff onto that aircraft or whatever, but operations commencing once again. TCC Jerry, Blue Emirates 380 in 5 minutes. Deb Butler, I love Duxford. Captain Mainwaring, Bristol Sidleys, racist. Oh my God, my hands are so cold. I can't do the buttons up on me trousers. This is not good. This is not good, mate. My hands have gone numb. I've lost all operational capability in my fingers. I actually have. I'm having to manipulate. Come on, mate, flipping heck, it's not that bad, is it? Oh, my thumbs. I can't do it, I can't do it, I can't do it. Yes, I've done it, I've done it, I've done it. Oh, it's better. What's that, Jilly? 5:15, oh, okay. So that, and yes. So that Emirates 380 should be pushing. Oh yeah, Palpatine. It would, yeah. Well, to be honest with you, Palpatine, yeah, central London. The thing is that if you knew your way, then yeah, it is a bit of a slap. I've got to be honest with you. M25, M11, getting up to the M11 is the, you know, there are cross-country routes that you can take up to Duxford, but yeah, it is a bit of a slap. Trousers TV. Sarah Faro. Yeah, you got to do Hendon. Hendon's great, man. I love Hendon. Nowhere near as much as Duxford, and of course, but look at the history of Hendon as well. It was one of the first aerodromes in the UK, and I believe that the Royal Mail service started at Hendon RAF. It's where literally it was those magnificent men in their flying machines where it all started. I say, you know, coming out for a flight, oh boy, morning fault here, and all that. Biplane, my reputation. Phil Sky tuning in from Singapore. Good day to you, Phil. Big flasher TV. Booking waiting. The ailerons, man. Look at the ailerons at the end of the wing, like little fingers. Yeah, it's no longer. The last time was 757 with Monaco, whatever it was. 98 Britannium, 757, 1997. Wow. But then again, that's a cool plane to fly on, man. The 757. I did the TUI one, didn't I? Down to Skiathos. And they needed to swap the bleeding brakes out, which was really cool. Mate, I'm jealous of you, the fact that you've flown on a TriStar. I've got to be honest with you. I mean, okay, I've flown a DC-8, but yeah, well gel. Yeah. Tony Jutty. I've been to the Hendon Air Museum, and the Queen used to land and take off from there in the Royal Jet. Hendon? I don't think so, Tony. Hendon's long since, unless it was a long time ago. I mean, I know that Hendon had an. When did the runway close at Hendon? I mean, that was a long. It's like an aerodrome, isn't it? Like, I don't really understand. Used to land there at Hendon. She is. There she is. The big blue whale. We'll grab that in a second. So theoretically, we should have, if Emirates are on their usual, you know, bang on time code, there'd be one in, one out. Turbo Tim's World. Hey, Turbo Tim's World. XR3i Turbo. RAF Hendon closed in 1987. 17th Mustang saying, oh, okay. Well, then, in that case, the runway was still operational. I do apologise to Tony. 70s and 80s. There we go. Thank you, Tony. I've got an L1011 twice, one Eastern, 180A Palpatine saying, wow. Well, thank you so much. And again, Tony, I do apologise profusely. I thought that closed a long time ago. But no, 17 in the 80s, there we flew in several Delta TriStars back in the 80s, Uncle Pete. Chipaz. Remember the 767-200s flew on one of them. Alison Baker, thank you. So any moment now. Is she on radar yet? That the Emirates jet? Yeah. Oh, okay. Bobby Fitzsimmons. Hendon closed. Hendon closed in 1957. He's saying. Sailor Mike never flew on a DC-8 or 707. Been on lots of DC-10 flights and MD-8s. I was lucky I flew on a DC-8, a DC-10 as well. I never flew on a TriStar. Been on one. I cleaned one. Does that count? Yes. Tony, yes, the Raw flight was based there. Red Andovers. I think that may be Red Arrows. And a couple of Wessex. Oh no, Red Andovers, as in the Andover aircraft. Yes, my apologies. And a couple of Wessex helicopters. Well, there we go. So the runway was still operational. It's a bit old, that livery now, though, folks, isn't it? What they should do is just take off that B part of the magic, take the lady off the front with the silly thing that she's holding up, and just leave it like that. That's what they should do. Take the engines, clean the engines up, take all the stuff off there. We've got, down at Jerry's paint shop, we've got a very good, efficient removal service as well. 4,000 watt hairdryers. Sticky stuff remover. Phil Sky last flew on a BA TriStar in 1987 from Kuala Lumpur to Heathrow via Bahrain. Also blessed to have a go at the TriStar simulator at BA's Crane Bank Training Centre. Wow, how cool is that? Old school TriStar, because that would have been, TriStar would have been analogue, wouldn't it? It would have been back in the time of the flight engineer on the flight deck as well, I'd imagine. Skytrain, Kevin Fisher, Skytrain DC-10, I'm guessing he's thinking there. Martin P, I think there was confusion with RAF Northolt. Well, I was thinking that, but is that what we're saying now, that it wasn't RAF Hendon, it was RAF Northolt, which is still obviously operational. Yes, Luke, thank you. We've got that. Luke Deschard also mentioning about Lufthansa's 380. It's common knowledge in the AVGEEK fraternity, I guess you would say now. Bootle, I'd love to see the Nimrod at air shows, yeah. Phil Wilson, the power was quite astonishing. Yeah. So they should be pushing that 380 back any moment now. In fact, they have, I think, that 380 is holding. Is it holding? No, it's moving, sorry. Very slowly. Gareth Sunset Shepherd, I'd done quite a bit of flying in RAF VC-10s. That's a powerhouse, man. That's a powerhouse, like proper power to weight ratio. RAF Benson was the base of the Queen's flight. Okay, there we go. Mirrors doesn't like it. VC-10 17th Mustang, one of the most classical, beautiful aircraft, especially the tail. Yes, big old T-tail on the VC-10. TG Osprey's first flight was on an A320 Neo. Family went on holiday from Fuerteventura. Pilot Pierre Jerry should do an ad for his paint shop. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll be flying on a converted Mad Dog, won't I? Boeing 717 when I fly in a couple of weeks. I'm going Heathrow. Is it Heathrow, Seattle? Oh my God! I've got to get my head around this. It's a week tomorrow, is it? Oh my God! Right. Okay. Okay. Do you know it's a psychological thing, man? Because I haven't got the planner on the wall, because I've got the planner's off the wall, isn't it? And I normally glance to my right and I can see the planner, but at the moment it's in the wrong place, and so I can't get my head around dates. It's crazy, isn't it? Oh, right, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this time next year, maybe. Still gonna be there, man. Guarantee it, I guarantee it. God, Sam! Virgin to Atlanta on the 350, and then Atlanta to Louisville on the 717 with Delta. Wow, cool. James Wertel, last time I flew Continental was out of Stapleton. Cool, what are they cooking downstairs? It smells lovely, man. Screaming E, speaking of long takeoff rolls, the BAE 146. Wasn't the 146 a STOL aircraft? Short takeoff and landing capability. They operate out of London City, didn't they? Paul Hammond. The Graham Park estate was opened in 71 on the old Hendon airfield. Although RAF Ops buildings were there into the 1980s, it was used as transit accommodation for further developments. So I'm still a little bit none the wiser as to whether or not the runways were operational in the 70s and 80s at Hendon, or the runway, should I say, because it's all housing around Hendon, and it's all housing estates and stuff going on. Oh, Screaming Emu's got a couple of friends on the 717. Oh, right. Say it then. Greg Miller, Matthew Bentley, Sir Cruz Sailor Mike, and a die-cast of a BA VC-10 as a kid, which I still had in the gear attracted to. Wow, Sailor Mike, yeah. There's a lot of things that we as kids threw down drains, or just threw down drains. It's unfortunately what I did with a lot of my toys. Why did I throw them down the drain? I don't know. Aidan Campbell, a 727 got stolen in Angola in 2003, but neither the aircraft nor the people who stole it have ever been found. Wow, total mystery. That's worthy of a of some kind of a documentary, isn't it? The 727 that went missing. Tonight on Discovery. .370, yeah. Kathy and the Birds. So just going back to the sound, if clouds refract sound, that would make aircraft louder at Heathrow because planes are below the clouds. That's what I thought, Kathy. So therefore, they keep the sound is kept below the clouds. So it should theoretically make it louder, should it not? I don't know. But if the cloud is below, so they're over my house, the sound refract up, back up. Yes, Kathy. So if they're already through the clouds and gone, then obviously the sound is staying up above the clouds. So you're absolutely right. Yes, indeed, making them quieter where you are. Yes, indeed, yeah. We got there in the end. Linda sat in an RAF Red Arrow at Scampton Heritage Museum. Got in okay, struggled to get out. Farid Abed. Antoinette SDF. Oh, I can't wear my SDF. Hoodie. What's the weather like in SDF? It's going to be freezing, isn't it? It's going to be cold. Oh my God, really? Robert Davies, very stole. What have we had delivered there? I was screaming, if 146 was stole, someone needs to tell Brussels that our role. That's brilliant. Took forever. What's that, GP? Sorry, say that again. What's it? What? Yeah, South Parking Atlanta at South Parking Atlanta at Garage. South Parking Garage at Atlanta, Screaming Emu. Yes, indeed. We've been there, seen it, done it, and worn the T-shirt. Literally. Delta Mania, it has to be said, but it's great because you've got 757s, 767s, A330s, all that kind of crazy stuff going on. And yeah, it's a great place. Even the small jets are there. It's just you're very, very close. I think it's the cell phone lot is just below you as well. Robert Davies, de Havilland. Plane mad. My dad was in the RAF and we were stationed at Hendon from 80 and no active runway. So yes, I think we were possibly getting confused with what do you call it, just up the road. Gary Lyon. I live on Graham Park. The officers' quarters has been turned into student accommodations. Yeah, lots of new developments around at Hendon. Great shame, man. But they did disassemble and reassemble, move the entire old control tower at Hendon. I think we're done, GP. I think we're done because I think we are. No, he's no. Right, folks. Thank you once again for your clean up on aisle 4, please. Clean up on aisle 4, please. Can we have Julie to the fish counter, please? Julie to the fish counter, thank you. Right, listen, thank you so much. It's been great. Once again, thank you to Julie, of course, for looking after us and keeping us all in line. Thank you to you, you wonderful people out there. Come here, give you a big hug. Hello, it's a good to see you. And we will be back next Wednesday. Don't know where we're going to be. Who knows the mystery of the Black Magic box. But we will, of course, see you next week. Look after yourselves. Thank you so much. And thank you to all the folks who've gifted membership as well. We really appreciate that. It's a very kind gesture and a kind thing to do. We will, of course, be doing something on Christmas Day. And we might be doing something that's a little bit closer to home. Here in the UK in terms of the energy crisis. I did actually look yesterday for two, and I found two charity organisations that look after people who are suffering with the energy crisis. The thing is, to be honest with you, everybody is, but at different levels. And of course, what we would raise would be a mere speck in the ocean in terms of being able to do it. In a funny sort of way, you kind of want to bring all the money in yourself, control it yourself, and then control who you hand it to. Because, but that's why I look for a very good. Registered charitable organisation as well, not just some Mickey Mouse outfit. By the way, folks, be very, very careful, and I know you guys and girls out there, I know you're very, very sensible in what you do in terms of looking after your finances, being very cautious about who gets to see this and do that, and people sending texts to you and all that sort of stuff. But you know, we all need to be very, very cautious, especially nowadays. If you get some kind of a text from somebody or an email from somebody saying, "Oh, you're due for a rebate, or we can give you some money for your this or that or the other. Just click here or open this tab or do this or do that." Don't do it. Don't do it. Just don't do it. First of all, look at the email address. It's very important that you look at the email address, because if it's not from a legitimate organisation, and also nobody sends you texts these days, folks. So just be very aware of that. You know that anyway, 99.9%. But even if it's just one person out there who says, oh yeah, you know what, I got an email the other day, I haven't opened it yet, but it said you're due a rebate, or, you know, because of the energy crisis, this and that and the other. Anyway, just be very wary of that. You still there, GP, or have you fallen asleep? Sorry. Right, wake up! Yeah, but, you know, just trying to help, man. But anyway, listen, look after yourselves. Thank you to everybody. We love you here, man. We all love each other. It's just a wonderful thing, isn't it? We need a commune, don't we? We should have a commune on somewhere, all dancing around naked. Anyway, look after yourselves. See you later. Yeah, you'd be there on your own, son. Hold on, wait, Jilly, stand by. What's all the red flashing lights for? Is that aircraft, or is that because I can't see because of my eyes? I just want to make sure. Are they all beacons? Are they all beacons? I guess they're all beacons, aren't they? Oh no. Okay, they're all beacons. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, okay. Okay, you can cut, mate. You can cut.